Greetings, everybody. No fanfare, no opening credits. We're just going to get right into it. This is like the old days. If any of you have been around the Nerdrotic channel for years, we got our start going live after TV shows and reviewing them instantly. Kind of like Talking Dead, except with a slightly less annoying host. Slightly. And a slightly less touchy grabby host. I think those were just allegations, to be honest with you. I don't think they were true. Welcome everybody to Nerdrotic. Stranger Things is over. You would think a series that was 10 years old had 8 seasons, 9 seasons. They had 5. They did pretty good early on. They actually got their second season out almost within a year of the first season. Took a little longer, but not much longer for the third season. And then it was almost 3 years or just 3 years for the fourth season. And then 3 years for the fifth season because of the strikes. But hey, they were going to take that extra time, everybody. They were going to take that extra time to make every episode movie length to sufficiently answer questions about the Upside Down, Vecna, other things. But then we ended up getting episodes that were an hour long, just like a regular streaming show. I just realized I'm wearing my reading glasses, which have like a little pin in them because I lost my screw. And I don't care. I'm just rolling with it. All right. I'm just rolling with it. Are you up, Az? I was going to ask you to come on, but I figured be asleep. So it has ended. And as people roll in, I'll say hello to everybody. Hello, Metal Muggin. Hello, MB Scott. Hello, Dave. Hello, Publius Zero. I probably read that wrong. Junior Tism. I like that. Blake Norrell. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, Heels versus Babyface. Raging Rhino. Hey, this isn't Star Wars. Why are you here? Eric the Mod is here. Hail, everybody, and happy effing New Year. I'm not the kind of guy who has good years or bad years. All years are filled with good and bad. That being said, fuck 2025. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. Seriously. Yeah, so I just the missus and I just sat down and watched the 2-hour finale of Stranger Things. Later on, I will be spoiling, just in case you haven't seen it yet. But if anybody ever complains about the Lord of the Rings endings ever again, I point you to Stranger Things. The Lord of the Rings multiple endings, which we needed every second of, by the way, absolutely every second of. They're beautiful, they're perfect, they're gorgeous. I wouldn't change a damn thing about them ever. Stand as a contrast to what I just saw, which was an hour-long ending. An effing hour-long ending of the... Listen, let me preface this by saying I'm not a cold-hearted guy. I like emotional scenes. I like it when characters come together or have a little cry at the end, say goodbye after a big adventure. I'm into it. It works. It does. For an hour? For an effing hour? And like the good parts of it get lost in the hour. The effing hour. What they didn't do in that 2-hour finale was, for me anyway, properly explain the Mind Flayer, the evil, the origin of Vecna. Wait. Oh, This is just in. It's Ryan Kinnell. He's in my ear. He said, "You should have flown to New York or London and watched the play, dipshit." I should have. Because the play, which I read the plot of on freaking Wikipedia, does explain a lot of stuff that they said they were going to explain in the show and didn't. And did not. Season 5 overall has been pretty terrible. I will say that this episode was the best episode of a terrible season. Just because there's parts of these characters I still like, and it seems like they remembered Michael at the end to not be there and just give pep talks. So I think in the final episode, Michael comes out the best. Joyce literally had nothing to do until the very end. They just had her hanging around to do one thing. Now, that one thing she did, okay, I guess it would be satisfying if they had given her more to do beforehand. I guess. I'm trying to be fair here, okay? I'm reviewing the season right now for a video. So I'm going through it very slowly, which does not help at all. But we can preface this with stuff you probably already know, right? So we'll do a quick recap of a season 5. I will be as fast as I possibly can. So at the end of season 4, poor Eddie died. Season 4, a lot of heavy lifting done by Brenner and Eddie. Let's not forget that. And they both died. I thought it was kind of dumb at first to bring Brenner back, but then he turned out to be one of the best things of season 4. Okay. And Eddie was great. And let's be real, the new characters they've introduced throughout since season 1 haven't been great. And Eddie was far and above the best. But I've always liked, Dustin and Steve and Michael and Lucas, who just became Max's boyfriend. Didn't like Max very much until season 4. Max didn't do a lot this season. They didn't do a lot this season. So we end season 4 looking out in the distance. Hawkins is cracked open. The Upside Down is bleeding through. All hell's about to break loose. The hordes of hell are going to come out. And the battle's going to begin. That's what we thought. Everybody's looking in the distance. The music is swelling. They're all, it's time. And we start season 5. And remember, we all said that, man, that's going to make a time jump impossible. The way they ended it, there's no way they could do a time jump, which is probably what they should do, to age up the characters and everything. And, but my man, that scene just makes it impossible. Well, they did a time jump, but they didn't do a long enough time jump. They did an 18-month time jump. They put the town in quarantine, and the cover is that everybody breathed in the upside down dandruff, which is believable, right? And then we get no idea of this could have been done in 2 news clips, pretty easily. And I think it's important to know, what's the rest of the world think about this? This would be international news. And it just made it feel small. So whatever. Robin explains to us in the first episode through exposition, what's going on in the town, while she's explaining it to a bunch of people who already know that because they live there, but it's for us, the viewers. So, okay, fine. And they covered up all the cracks with metal plates that we found out later Elle could move easily. And that's one of the biggest problems, is any scenario they set up this season could be easily solved with Elle's powers. So they nerfed her. The season was filled with wacky doodle exposition scenes that we certainly got in previous seasons, but they ratcheted up and gave us one every episode. Wasting a lot of time trying to, for example, wasting a lot of time on the mystery of Mr. What's-It, when we all knew it was Vecna. I knew as soon as I heard imaginary friend What's-It, I'm like, it's Vecna. Okay. So it took a while to get there, and then they had to trick Derek's family in some cockamamie plan where they stole benzos and knocked out the family and cut a hole in his foot, like all kinds of crazy stuff. The Wheelers should have died, but they didn't. Oh, and they finally remembered Mr. Wheeler at the very end. At the very end. Now, one of my criticisms of this show from season 2 on is all the dads are bad. So it plays into that trope. And it always like straddled the girl boss thing, which they completely went ridiculous on in this episode. Like effing, like Rambo Nancy. You know, people were joking about it, but like it's Rambo Nancy. It's Rambo Nancy. So part 1 could have been forgivable because whatever, you know, they're setting everything up. They still have plenty of time. We're supposed to get big, long episodes. We have multiple episodes left. They finally make him do something, for Christ's sake. True. He had to get in touch with the gay to, fireworks, because it's New Year's. He had to get in touch with the gay to get in touch with his powers. And it's like, cool, he's got some powers. He's going to go kick some ass. And then he doesn't. So like how Will got his powers was laughable, but I'm glad he got powers. And that scene actually worked. And I thought it was cool at the end. But most of it was, you know, bringing back the worst character. It got really repetitive, redundant, expository, contrived. The dialogue was shit. People were finishing each other's sentences, and you can tell in a scene where there's this big group there's too many people, like everybody's got to get their word in, you know, and it's like as bad as a stage play with too many cast members. So there's too many characters. We lost focus of the characters we actually liked, and for most of the final season, Holly Wheeler became the main character, and then Robin and General Nancy. Linda Hamilton comes in, tries to outdo her insufferable antinatalist Sarah Connor role from Dark Fate, and she does it in this. She's absolutely annoying. Never mind the fact that this is a special forces unit called the Wolf Pack. The Wolf, they say Wolf Pack, the Wolf Pack. And for a show known for its accuracy, authentic accuracy, portraying the 80s, I mean, aside from the Under Armour logo that shows up, but they did a pretty good job. Released some games. Az was talking about some game that they had, and they've also dropped songs in the wrong years too. But for the most part, they did pretty good, except for women commanding special forces in 1987, because that never fucking happened. And not just commanding special forces, like sticking her hand in a dude's face and pushing him up against the wall. So Linda Hamilton, this is everything wrong with modern Hollywood. Linda Hamilton played a male character as a female. Linda Hamilton played a male character as a female, a character that was written as male, acted as male. She just not one. And it looked fucking ridiculous. And she was useless. And the military was useless. Like the military served a purpose in the show before. You would have like the bad side of the military and the good side of the military. And they really missed that. Hey, remember that agent who dropped off Hopper at the end of season 4? And he looks back and she goes, he's all, thanks for the ride. She goes, have a nice day, and rides off. I guess she missed the giant pillars of smoke and the ground cracking open around her. Guess she just missed that. What happened to Paul Reiser's character? Is he still handcuffed to a pipe? What happened to the 2 other cops in Hawkins? They must have got killed in the earthquake. They must have got killed in the earthquake. So they wasted a bunch of time. Now, however you felt about season one, I think a lot more people were positive about season one than I was, which is fine. But then y'all came to Jesus in part two. Because part two was an abomination. It was terrible. They wasted more time, treaded more water, more cockamamie plans. You're running out of time, and you could have spent that time giving us more physics of the upside down actually being a wormhole to the abyss, which is just it's Planet Bland. Planet Bland. That's all it is. And you really could have taken more time now that I know when I get in the spoilers, like what's behind Vecna. You really could have spent a lot more time explaining that, because that would have actually been interesting. But it's in the play. It's in the play. So we're rushing everything and while not accomplishing anything. So it's both rushed and slow at the same time. And while the world's about to end in the penultimate episode, everybody's got to stop so Will can tell them that he's gay. Which should have shocked no one in this show. Jonathan knew, but no one else did. And that was the single most cringe scene of the year, the single most memeable moment of the year. It is being memed to this very second. And it was really important to the Duffer Brothers, who spent 12 hours on that, but couldn't check back and do some QC on the whole Under Armour sleeve and an effect shot that a minimum of 20 people missed. Nobody looks for I'm not looking for high art with this show. It's junk food. It is a 80s greatest hits. You can call it original, but it's not. It's really not. It riffs off so many things, too many to name off. But and this is like everything I grew up with. It's everything I grew up with as a kid. It's Gen X the show. They even almost graduated the same year I was supposed to graduate, but didn't. I was supposed to graduate in 88. So we get to the final episode. All hell's gonna break loose, and they have to stop the worlds colliding. So Vecna has been stealing children. Now, before he was murdering people to create portals and stuff. We find out in the beginning of season that he took Will for a purpose, and Will kind of taught him what to do. He broke his mind, so he found it was possible. And these kids will serve as a booster for Vecna, so he can collide the worlds and recreate the world in his image. He was just an evil kid. Not necessarily sure how he got that way. We got hints here and there. Well, we find out how he got that way. Wasn't abuse or anything like that. No, it was pretty simple. Now, how did he get in that cave and how did he find the case? Must be in the play. Must be in the play. So by the end, Max was in a wheelchair. Will's gay. Joyce does nothing. Hopper does nothing. Elle has been completely nerfed. She's with the most annoying character from the show. Well, previously, there, and the rest of the Scooby gang, and they have to stop the world. So what they have to do is they're at the top of the antenna. The antenna has to meet a rift in the portal, and then Elle's got to get in her tank, and she's got to get into Vecna's mind and stop him before the planets collide and everything dies. Military is not aware of any of this, any of it at any time. They just think it's all Elle, and they want to get Elle. We find out that they are trying to make copies of Elle. They're impregnating women, all that stuff. So Elle's best friend convinces her for a suicide pact once they stop the planets colliding. So it stops the cycle. It stops the cycle. So the first hour is spent basically on this adventure. I'm going to get into spoilers here. Mahler's probably asleep. Mahler's probably asleep. Where is my here? I'll be nice. And I'll put up the spoilers tag. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. All right. So the first hour is spent trying to accomplish this mission where they need to save the children that are in the abyss, but they're trapped in Henry's mind. So there's our Earth, upside down, abyss, and then Henry's mind world. Elle and her friend are going to go into Henry's mind to try to save the children from there, while the Scoobies have to get to Abyss to save the children from the Abyss. And Hopper is going to set up some explosives and keep an eye on Elle while they're just going to blow. Because they found out when Nancy shot the energy shield that it could blow the whole thing to hell. So they're going to blow it up once they're all done. Just want to point out that through 30 crawls, because they did 30, they never managed to run into the giant meat wall. Crazy. Also want to point out, where the fuck did the demi-bats, the demi-dogs, the demi-gorgons, where did they go? They just gone. They just fucked off for the rest of the show. They're nowhere around. So the military is caught wind that they're doing that the townsfolk are up to something, and the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. So they put everybody says their goodbyes. They said, we're going to do this. We'll all meet again once we accomplish the mission. And they head down into the upside down. They get on the antenna, and like things start happening pretty fast. So the planet starts coming down. It actually hits the antenna where, Elle's all set up and she's running out of time, but she sucks Max into her head so they can go into Henry's head and stop him. So, and supposedly Max knows her way around. So she's in the high school, then a high school play, and then it's everything's interconnected because these are memories. It's not linear. So once the play is over, a curtain opens, and there's the room where Henry's with the children, and Elle confronts him. And basically, and then her Ocho, I call her Ocho, puts up an illusion so Henry can't see it, so she can do a big thing and show the kids that Henry's actually evil. Which she does. And then they have to escape to the cave. But meanwhile, Henry tricks Hopper into thinking he shot Elle, which gets her out of the tank, which pulls her out of Henry's head. So Henry can now follow the kids without Ocho, 11, and Max there. Again, they're all running out of time. Now, Holly leads the kids to the cave where they all think they're safe, but Henry just walks in, and this is where we get his origin, kind of. So we saw last episode that he ran into some government guy with a case in a mine shaft. He was like a scout. I think he was just there to help. The guy freaked out, shot him in the hand, and Henry bashed his head in. But then opened the case, and we're like, what's in the case? What's in the case? What's in the case? It was basically the evil from Time Bandits. If y'all remember the end of Time Bandits. So it was a black stone with little red lines in it. And once Henry touched it, it put him in touch with the mind flare. I'm like, oh, cool. They are going to do Eldridge Cosmic God. Interesting. Maybe we'll learn something. It even has a voice. It goes, come find me. But as he's merging, the guy whose head he bashed in somehow was still alive and goes, you need to resist it or it will consume you. You need to resist it. And then, Henry not being in control blows his eyes out. Now, Will is on the Abyss, by the way. They eventually stop the planet and everybody gets on the Abyss. And Will gets into Henry's head and sees that, oh, you weren't in control. It was the mind flayer all along. And I'm like, God damn, they better not do this. They better not do this. Well, they didn't, thankfully. Vecna goes, oh, no, I could have resisted the whole time. He needs me. I need it. I joined. You guys are dead. So, and this is the first hour, by the way. Lots going on. We have Hopper and Murray on the base in Hawkins in the Upside Down, waiting to blow it up once they've found that Elle has killed Vecna. Hopper finds out that Elle is going to kill herself, and he says, I'm not blowing anything up until you promise me you're not going to do it. And she's all, you need to trust me, Dad. So he's going to trust her. She decides to jump into the Abyss. She doesn't need a portal. She just jumps on, and they don't show it. She jumps on the rocks and gets to the Abyss. In the meantime, remember, the kids are in the Abyss, so they're physically there. So you can save the kids from Henry's mind all day long, but you need to physically save them. What they're inside is a giant spider, a giant kaiju spider, which they were setting up for a long time. There was a big heart beating above them. And I shit you not, Stranger Things ends with the only one armed with a gun, Nancy, dressed up like fucking Rambo, leading the kids to fight a kaiju. I'm like, what? And for anybody who goes, well, you wanted the Eldridge God. Eldridge gods are not kaijus. They have forms that are huge and monstrous, and that it's not anything you could shoot with a gun or fight. So the kaiju was basically a mech suit for Vecna. And I'm rushing through this, but this is the first hour, right? There's some character moments. They stop in the middle of all this to go, you're still my best friend. Stuff like that. They stopped, right? As the planet's descending, Michael stopped and apologized for not noticing that Will was gay. That was important for them to do. That was important for them to do. I don't know why I bothered with notes on this one. My note for this one is sitting on antenna, more gay. Oh, God. So the planet descends. They stop that last minute, and the kids fight a giant effing kaiju. That the kids are inside, rocking around. So they're like hitting it with fucking like mortar rounds or something, like bullets, flamethrower, like flares. They're hitting it with flares, and the kids are inside there. So it's rocking around. It chases Nancy into a crevasse and almost eats her. And I was hoping it would eat her, but that thing would starve on that bitch. And yeah, Elle comes in and doesn't fight the kaiju. I thought she was going to do that for a second, but she flies into the kaiju and takes on Vecna. So they have their final battle, and she impales Vecna. And they save the kids, right? They save all the kids. I just had There's one of the kids is black. And of course he gets saved by Lucas. Just like, really? I just thought it was funny. It's a little thing, but it was funny. It was funny. Now, yeah, the military's still out there, not noticing any of this shit. Although they're in the upside down. So nobody in the military goes, did you see that planet descend on everything? Nobody brought that up. No demigorgons, no nothing. So the kaiju dies. Vecna, well, he's impaled, but he's not dead. Oh, by the way, when they go up to the abyss and go on this little campaign, Joyce is there. 54-year-old Joyce and her axe is there. Doing what? I don't know. Will's able to help with his powers, getting into Vecna's head too. So as Vecna's choking, we find out like Joyce's only purpose for this entire season was to hack his head off. And as she's hacking his head off, right before she goes, you fucked with the wrong family. And as each hack shows like every person that Vecna killed, right up to Eddie. So Barb, everyone like, this hack is for Barb. This hack is for fucking with my son. This hack is for Eddie. This hack is for, what was Sean Astin? Bob? This hack is for Bob. And she cuts off his head and he dies. Now, we're all the other creatures. How exactly did they get back from the abyss? They called it a day. They saved the kids. Dustin calls Hop and says, we're good. Let's blow this joint. Now, earlier on, El and Ocho were almost caught by the military, and Murray saved him by throwing a grenade at a helicopter. And I just like heroic Hopper. I don't think he killed a single Demigorgon, but he fucking mowed down a battalion of soldiers. Like, mowed them down, guys with families. So as they're on their way out of the upside down, we're going to blow this joint. Everything's fine. Elle's safe, so she doesn't have to kill herself. They come out and the military's waiting for them and takes them all in. And they're like, where's Elle? Where's Elle? And then Elle brings Mike into her mind and she's like, listen, this is never going to end as long as I'm alive. I love you, but you need to let me go. And he says no. And she's standing in the portal. And everybody's, Elle, no, Elle, no. And she, by the way, the explosives are set to a timer. The timer is Prince. So earlier we had When Doves Cry, and then we have Purple Rain. And then when it ends, when the record player ends, it hits something and it blows everything up, which gets the antimatter. It doesn't matter. Antimatter. It doesn't matter. And it all blows up and it takes Elle with it. But they wanted to make sure to show you, like, this during this long goodbye, and everybody's screaming and they're holding Mike back and Hopper back and everything. They showed a picture of her fingers, and they're kind of, I don't know, they're kind of fading away a little bit. What's that about? What's that about? And then Elle's gone. Elle's gone. Everybody's sad. Elle is dead. Elle is dead. So after the wormhole, whatever it is, closes up, the upside down closes up forever. It is gone forever. And the military has Hopper, all the kids, old and young, Joyce. Hopper just killed half of their friends. Murray's there. They took an unauthorized trip to Russia. Linda Hamilton's still alive. So they must be going downtown, going to jail, right? Nope, everything's fine. 18 months later, military's gone. They just pardoned everybody. It's all good. Took the pregnant women that were injected with the future L's, 11s, and just fucked off. Never to be heard from again. Like, what? Oh, they just left. Yeah, what happened to all the pregnant women? Lady Aaron D., what happened to Hawkins' cops? What happened to Paul Reiser's character? Why did Agent Stinson, the woman from the end, why didn't she notice Hawkins blowing up at the end? Where are the pregnant women? What happened to Linda Hamilton's character? How was she put in command of special forces when women weren't commanding special forces in 1987? These are questions I need to know, Lady Aaron D. But the thing is, it's not supposed to matter. This is a junk food show. It's not supposed to matter. The thing is, though, earlier on, things like this, I'm not saying they hit every detail, but they did a much better job. They spent between $400 and $480 million on this season. So it's pretty important to Netflix, I would say. It's going to get watched by a bunch of people. It's going to be massively popular. This is going to break records for Netflix. This episode is going to break records. The theaters apparently were full. I had a ticket and I wasn't going. I wasn't going to the theater for this. Especially, I am so glad I didn't go to the theater and sit through that ending. Because, by the way, military gone and everything, we're halfway through the episode. We're only halfway through the episode. So they, at least, like, it wasn't just Vecna. It was Vecna corrupted by some sort of evil that we'll find more about in a spinoff. Because there will be more. There will be more of these, I promise you. They could do a modern day one now. Starring Holly. But as far as like getting information, and I didn't need everything. I just needed a lot more on the Upside Down and the Abyss. And those were all 11th hour changes anyway. They just were. I don't want to hear any bullshit like they had this fucking planned. They didn't have it planned because they didn't answer anything. And they'll probably say, well, it wasn't supposed to be important. Well, that's why I dipped out of Walking Dead. Oh, how the zombies became zombies is not important. It's a character piece. No, it's fucking important. Of course it's important. But Elle is gone and everybody's sad. So we jump up another 18 months. Hawkins totally back to normal, and we're back to Rockin' Robin gets let back in because I guess they were keeping people out too, which they just could have explained. Hey, the cops weren't in Hawkins when they did the quarantine. They needed to explain a lot more of that. And considering how expository this show is, there's no excuse that they don't do that. Because we had to spend an exorbitant amount of time on a plan to drug dipshit Derek's fucking parents. By the way, best character of the new season, dipshit Derek, by far. As cheesy as it was, him telling Vecna to suck his fat one was funny. I gotta laugh. Gotta laugh out of me. Gotta laugh out of me. But so we're halfway through the episode. And Elle is gone. And now we start the long ass epilogue. me personally, I would have spent another half hour explaining Vecna and the Upside Down and the Mind Flare. But no, we needed super long scenes of a graduation scene, which out of the graduation scene was good. I wouldn't say great, but Dustin like going off like fuck you and then playing Iron Maiden, I was fine with that. Anytime somebody tells a principal to fuck off, I'm down with that. But then we have this long scene of the older teenage kids sitting on the top of the radio station, basically saying, oh, we're going to get together once a month, but it's their last goodbye. It's this big, long John Hughes ending. And I can't believe they fucking did this, but they're sitting around and they're going, imagine these are beers. They're drinking beers. Oh, and Jonathan, now I know why I hate him. He's a little fucking commie homo. Jonathan's gayer than his brother Will. So he's going to NYU Film School to make an anti-capitalist movie, which, I mean, tracks. It's like, that explains why I don't like this guy. And yeah, he's gayer than his brother Will, like by far. So Jonathan, independent Nancy, who's just going to go out on her own because she don't need no man. She don't want no kids. She wants to have her career so she can, be, I don't know, my age and childless and unhappy. But you got your career. Hope that keeps you warm at night. Hope that reporter's job keeps you warm at night. Hope that's going to take care of you when you're older. You go, women. And Robin said she had an overbearing significant other. So credit to Stranger Things for unintentionally getting something very accurate. Okay, well done. I'm actually literally saluting you. The fact that they're still together is a bit much, but So Stephen, Robin, Nancy, and commie Jonathan were sitting in a roof having their John Hughes moment. And as they're sitting around, they're like, oh, they're talking about their careers and stuff. And they actually said, I think it was Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Nancy actually goes, I think we're changed. I don't think things will ever be the same. You didn't just like find your true love at the fucking prom who wasn't your real date. You fought a kaiju. Of course nothing's going to be the same. What the fuck? Man, I feel really changed by going to another planet and fighting a fucking kaiju. So dumb. Oh my God. Me and Melissa were laughing. We're like, you think things might be a little different? I don't know about you, but I think it would be okay to have a little PTSD after traveling through a wormhole to another planet and fighting a giant spider kaiju with fucking flares because your bitch sister wouldn't let you use the gun. Rambo Nancy, 92 pounds soaking wet. So they really tried to lay on the drama and the emotions and stuff. And like, if they would have cut it down a little bit, it would have worked more. But with the older kids, that was stupid. That whole scene was dumb. When they finally get, they get to Hop and Joyce, and Hop, thankfully this one's short, so it's fine. He proposes to her and says, let's leave this town. Let's go to some place with an ocean. But the funny thing, I did get a laugh out of me. He's all, yeah, they offered me a job in Montauk. And I'm like, we could get a whole sideshow of Hopper and Montauk. If you know, you know. If you know with Montauk. Got to tune into Forbidden Frontier for that. The chat will fill you in on what Montauk is. But I'm like, oh, a Hopper show at Montauk? I might actually watch that. I might actually watch that. What happened to Dr. Owens? We've been asking. I think he's still handcuffed to the pipe. But yeah, no, Hopper without the kids going to Montauk and dealing with X-Files shit. Hell yeah. Let's go. Oh, if you watch the play, which none of you have, or if you've done what I did, read the Wikipedia. The Upside Down has its origins with the Philadelphia experiment. See, that's something I would have put in the fucking show as a prequel, as a prologue. That would have been cool as hell. But no, we needed a coming out scene and an unmarriage scene or an unengagement scene. Did the lesbian couple start beating each other? Robin did say on the roof scene, she's all, well, I have an overbearing significant other. So, I mean, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. So these big long scenes about Hopper and Joyce, getting engaged and him going to Montauk, I was like, fuck, let's do that instead. Can we do that instead of all this? David Harbour is a complete psycho champagne socialist, but he's a good actor. He's like good in stuff. He's good in stuff. Not Thunderbolts, but he's good in stuff. So then we get to the final scene where the kids at the graduation scene, Dustin does his speech, hot girl comes up and goes, "You want to come to a party?" And Mike goes, "No, I have a better idea." So we all know what they're going to do. They're going to end it with playing a little D&D, and they get to their final shot. They're at the sprinkler, like they started the series, so putting a little cap on it, and they're doing a D&D campaign with Will, Lucas, Max, and Dustin. And they finish their D&D campaign, and they're saved at the last moment by a mage. And when it's over, everybody's happy, and Max goes, "Well, isn't this a little trite? Like, what the fuck? I thought you were a good storyteller." And he goes, "Well," and he kind of does the happy endings of Dustin goes to college but still hangs out with Steve, and Max and Lucas stay together because one straight couple's got to stick together in this show, for fuck's sake. And then Mike becomes a writer, and so Dustin's happy ending is going to college, getting lost in books, and he gets to hang out with Steve. He's super happy. He was class valedictorian. Lucas gets Max. They fall in love. That's their happy ending, right? Will's happy ending is going to a gay bar. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. A gay bar. He moves to a town, and there he is in a gay bar. Oh, I was laughing. I don't think I was supposed to be laughing. That was supposed to be a really meaningful scene. I got something to put in you. That's a good song, man. That song's a banger. Oh, bad description. Bad description. I'm not kidding, folks. Will's happy ending. Will got a happy ending in the gay bar.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that?
But Mike tells their story, and then he tells the story of the mage. And he's all, "Well, here's a story I can't tell. I've told you all your happy endings, but here's a story I can't tell. Our mage is very clever. And when Ocho was shot by the military, she didn't die right away. Elle was over her and said, I don't want you to die. And she's all, my story was always going to end here. But then they cut the scene and then they cut back and she goes, my story was always going to end here, but yours doesn't have to. And having been shot in the gut, it does take a little time to die, but it's horribly painful. She stays alive long enough to project Elle in the portal to make it look like she got swooped away. At least that's what the story's being told to us from Michael. And she knew that as long as people thought she was alive and everything, they'd come after her. So she basically she goes off to live her life now in some unknown distant land that looked like Iceland. And she's going to live in a small town and live out her days in peace, but away from everybody she loves. But she knows they are now safe. And Michael ends it, they go, it has to be true. Well, we don't know if it's true or not, but you have to believe it. And that's where they leave it, by the way. So they keep it kind of open-ended that Elle is alive or dead, but considering that they made a point to show her fingers kind of fading off like she was a vision, I wish they wouldn't have done that. I think it would probably have been better to keep it open or just keep her dead. Because there is a really good moment, like legit good moment between Hopper and Michael when he doesn't want to go to graduation and Hopper sits down. He has to fight because, Mrs. Wheeler, who's a little scarred up, she's fine now. Oh, Mr. Wheeler, fine. Michael doesn't want to go to graduation, and Hopper basically gives him a pep talk of, well, there's two roads you can go down. You can blame yourself, push everybody away, and live in misery because you feel like you deserve it, or you can accept what happened. It sucks. No one's asking you to like it. No one's asking you to forget about it, but you accept it and move on, which is really good advice and really good scene. And then it's a call back to, that's what I did. I took that first road for a long time, and I can tell you it sucks. So it was a good father-son moment, even though it's not his dad. But good moment. I give him credit for that. There are like little good character moments here and there. The show isn't as bad as like Ironheart or fucking most of the shit we see. But with the resources, with the things they set up, with the time they took, and no, it is a cope. If I hear, well, very few shows stick the landing. And you're right. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Did this episode like shit the bed as bad as like the Iron Throne? No, not like Game of Thrones. No, totally different situation. Is this a good season of television? No. If people go back and rewatch Stranger Things, they'll probably, I'm going to rewatch the whole series and then dip out right after season 4. I'll get season 5 in a bit. Yeah, I'll get there in a bit. But as much as I don't like season 2, I like where it ended. I thought that was a really good ending. If you remember it, like it promised a lot that they didn't fulfill. Season 3 was season 1 was magnificent. I think it was absolutely magnificent. Really great character work, great writing, great dialogue, tight narratively. It really moves things forward. And then it starts becoming repetitive after that. Like really repetitive. Season 2 had its high marks though, and the acting was still pretty good. Season 3 was fucking corny, but I kind of liked it. It had its charm. But it's definitely up until season 5, probably the worst season, right? Season 4, return to form. I like most of it. It's not as good as season 1. but it was definitely like what a shot in the arm that they needed. But the problem is they killed two characters that made that season great. And you really notice it in this season. Like missing Brenner, you need the military aspect, the government aspect does need a focus, but it needs one that you respect, one that makes fucking sense, one that has a little bit of characterization. Like, can I get a little bit? Linda Hamilton was just a cunt, major cunt. That's all she was. So Stranger Things was at its best when they had a antagonist that was worthy of the viewer's respect to focus on. And I think Vecna was a great addition in season 4. Sure, it was shoehorned in, completely retconned in. Can't convince me otherwise that this thing was fucking planned, or they would have planted way more seeds to do it. Still, I thought it was great. And Jamie Campbell Bower did a good job. I mean, his look, little generic, but like it's fine. Like I didn't hate it. But go back and watch season 4. I just watched season 4. The things that thing visually and I'm not going to say specifically, but lightly hinted at, none of those promises were kept. And they had 3 effing years to write this, produce it. And at this point, they should have just done the 3-year time jump instead of 18 months. Would have explained a lot more. It would have made it more believable that the military got so lazy and the town got so lazy. Now, you got to understand the town will probably forget it was just an earthquake, whatever. But the military's going to know a lot more. They're in a fucking another dimension. So you think they would have their guard up a little more, even though they haven't seen the Demogorgons for 18 months. You would think they would have their guard up a little more, but they didn't. The season was super long and it felt rushed, yet nothing happened. And it's crazy to say that, but that's what happened. Do I expect like a 10 out of 10 show and high art? No, I've never expected that from Stranger Things has never been a consistently good show. Had a really good first season, pretty good fourth season. It's insanely popular because people like the characters. The character work was always pretty good. The kids, more often than not, did a great job acting. Michael, I'm blanking on his name right now. He Finn Wolfhard, like he can act. Millie Bobby Brown, she's good at 11, who's very stoic and muted. Who else is a good actor? Dustin, the kid playing Dustin's great. Az, are you still up? Did you finish it? Do you want to come on? I know I asked you like hour ago, but yeah, Millie's not so good. Steve is good. And but they fucking nerfed him. Steve was Robin's personal assistant. Robin's support creature. That's what Steve was. He's Dustin's best friend and the support creature. When they built him up to be the best character, he was the jock who would have never hung out with these people, but saw the danger and became part of the crew, right? And they did nothing with him. We just liked him because the actor's good. Hey, I'm sending you invite Az. I'm sending you the invite. Jesus Christ. I put it in Real BBC. You know, our Whisper network where we call each other homos? That BBC. That BBC. So I imagine I mean that's what I think about the show. that's what I think about the show. I imagine when I watch it again, which I will watch it again, I don't think I'm going to like it anymore. But like I said, I've seen far worse this year, so I don't want to make it sound like this is anything as bad as Ironheart or which is just the fucking worst. Or Alien Earth, which was total trash. I think they could have done better. I imagine with this very sappy ending, a lot of people are going to eat that up. Eat it up. I don't know if it's bad. It's not as. Go back and rewatch the finale of Game of Thrones if you dare. And you could see how nothing they had. Mahler did a great video of the lack of dialogue. It was just all the cuts of people walking up and looking at shit. Like at least people were talking in this. None of it made sense. They rushed through the ending because they had no answer for the upside down. They had no answer for the mind flare. You could find these answers, by the way. You don't have to come up with all this shit on your own. Read some. I'm sure the Duffer Brothers have read Greek mythology. I'm sure. Well, maybe not. You think they're the kind of people who didn't read H.P. Lovecraft because he was such a racist? I mean, I'd hate to break it to them that every author, well, even now, but 50 years ago, hated somebody. Okay? Hey.
Yo.
What up? What an ending, man.
I text you during the show, but I don't think you got it.
Me and my wife were just talking shit to the screen the whole time.
It's like
sorry.
When they're just fighting and they're just beating the kaiju, which was the spider kaiju, which was just stupid.
Yeah, dude.
Because you're getting Nancy outrunning this massive thing that's got like a leg span of a mile. And it's somehow Nancy staying ahead, just going. But it was just like when it started cutting to the people after it a bit like falling down, and it cut to Joyce, and I was like,
"What the fuck is she doing there?
Where did she come from?"
I know.
It's like she wasn't with them. She's like, Joyce just suddenly materialized out of fucking thin air. Didn't say anything, and I think it was like 45 minutes into the show, and Lucas said something. I was like, I am sure that's Lucas's first line. And I think he had like 5 lines the whole fucking show.
Yeah.
Man, they did the kids dirty. I was watching that and I was just like, all the women are doing everything.
So Lucas is just Max's boyfriend. And the thing is, the kid can act. He can actually act. They just gave him nothing.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, like he can certainly cry on demand.
Every character cried. Apart from Millie Bobby Brown, because she's got too much Botox in her face.
Yeah, man.
She's
Hollywood eats their young,
she's not
dude.
A good actress, dude.
She's not a good actress. No, she's not. She's not.
She's got too much filler and fucking Botox. Her face can't do anything. It certainly can't emote. I mean, look, did it shit the bed? There's many worse finales out there.
Yes,
Game of Thrones, Dexter. I think you're going to be hard pressed to ever find a worse finale than Game of Thrones. But was it a good?
Dexter's pretty close.
Dexter's
pretty fucking close.
Not massively far off, but you know, even Dexter's like, whoa, come on now. Mm-hmm. But was it good? No, that was not a good finale. And right. You know, the sort of the meme is I watched season 3 and 4 back to back to catch up to get to season 5, to watch season 5 to discuss it on FNT.
So it's pretty fresh in your head.
I get, very fresh. So I get 15 minutes into episode 1 of season 5. It's actually 16 and a half minutes. I checked before I started the finale. 16 and a half minutes into the first episode, I'm like, fucking done with this shit. But I was like, do you know what? I'm going to do Gary a solid for FNT this week. I'm going to watch the finale.
Thanks, buddy.
So when they go, but you didn't watch it, as I go, do you know what, Gary? I did for you. And watching that finale, I felt like I'd missed nothing.
Okay, so that's funny that you bring that up because Mrs. Nerdrotic didn't catch up. She watched the first 4 episodes and she's like, so what did I miss? I'm all, nothing. Will's gay.
Yeah, but we all knew that. The only thing, like, if you'd stuck that in front of me at the end of season 4, I just would have gone, where did the kids come from? And why is the black military guy now Linda Hamilton? That's all I would have said.
Otherwise, he survived. So you missed that. He got set on fire and stabbed, and he lived long enough to give Linda Hamilton some information.
Ring? Oh, okay.
Basically, well, she was in charge anyway. Let's be real.
Of course.
And they're going to get around by saying, well, she was a doctor and she was probably some special blah 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 blah. There were no women in charge of any special forces of any kind in 1987. They weren't even allowed to fight, in combat. Probably still shouldn't.
No, they weren't. What do you think it is? 2025?
I know. I'm old now. Bring in the draft. Let's go. You want equality?
I'm so glad that nobody died. And that they literally just brought in a character that nobody liked from season 2 to kill them off in the final episode that nobody cared.
I thought they would at least kill Linda Hamilton.
She didn't do anything in this episode.
No.
She
walked
turned
around
up and looked like somebody had sandpapered her face and then walked off. She had like 2 lines. She said, fuck all. And then what purpose did they serve? Because they captured them all at the end when Elle dies, whatever. And then it just cuts to 18 months later and everyone's just walking around free. It's like,
military's gone.
What was the purpose of the whole fucking military?
Hopper took out like 50 servicemen and he's the sheriff again.
I'm like, what's going on in this show? It's like, this is not good. And then what's it like? One of my favorite bits, one of my favorite fucking self-felts was when Nancy, I love your Rambo Nancy analogy, because I hadn't seen her. So when I saw her for the first time this episode, I died laughing because she just looks like fucking Rambo.
No, they tried to make her look like, I mean, we're joking, but no, they tried to make her look like Rambo.
Her hairstyle.
Hairstyle and the
she's
fucking,
got the fucking cross
across and fucking guns everywhere.
I died laughing. And then Mike's just like, hey, can I have a gun? If we're going into battle, can I have a gun? And the joke is no. And so she gives him the flare gun and he's like, yeah, I got a gun. And then Lucas is just like, dude, that's a flare gun. And then when they have the fight, the flare gun's doing the most damage out of anything.
The flare gun's like a nuclear bomb.
It's like napalming the shit out of this fucking thing. And Nancy's there with the little bullets going.
And can I just point out that if you burn any physical part of the upside down, like they all feel it, right? Even the tentacles.
Allegedly, but there was nobody there. Where did they all gone? Where were the Demigorgons? Where were the dogs? Where were they? There wasn't a single other creature in the whole fucking episode apart from the huge kaiju spider.
And they're on the abyss because they showed like Vecna when he first got there in season 4. There's Demigorgons walking.
But if they're not on the abyss, they're absolutely in the upside down, and there was nothing in the upside.
They were having a sleep. They were having a little nap. They missed all the explosions and everybody driving around.
Vecna kind of forgot about the Demigorgons.
Dude, yes. Yes.
And then Vecna's like, complete and utterly underpowered to how he's been the whole time. Suddenly now he's like 10% power, but it's like, but you're linked up now in synergy. So shouldn't you in theory be even stronger because you're working in synergy with each other?
He's got the kids.
He's
Whether
got the
they're-
kids. He's got
Whether
the
they're in his
kaijus.
mind or not, which I like, they're not in his mind, but he still physically has them inside the yeah, no spam in the chat.
Nah, I've got rid.
No spam in the chat. So yeah, he's got the kids trapped inside the
I'll mod as well.
Kai. Thanks, buddy. Inside the kaiju mech suit.
It is a Mexican because there's hi. That's meant to be a creature, but it's got some nice little chambers for humans to walk around.
It does.
I'm like, this is silly. This is really, really, really silly.
Silly was the perfect, and like silly can work in a lot of ways. We're Doctor Who fans, okay?
Yes,
silly can work.
Absolutely.
This did not work. This could have ended. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes Cobra Kai gets more ridiculous every season.
But it's tongue in cheek. Cobra Kai is tongue in cheek.
But it's
Stranger Things
tongue-in-cheek
isn't tongue in cheek.
No, and Stranger Things became tongue in cheek. They tried to get cheeky towards the end, and everybody became cartoonish, and it just turned into just a sad fest. Just trying to elicit cheap emotional responses for an hour.
I tell you what, though, it's I gotta give him credit when David Harbour has got some material to get his teeth into. He's a really good actor.
Yes, he is.
He's mad as a box of frogs, but he's a really good actor. Liked him in A Quantum of Solace. I liked him in The Equalizer. He's very good in The Equalizer, and whatever he tends to appear in, he's pretty good. And when he had the whole Henry was tricking him scene, that was a good scene.
That was a good scene.
That was a good scene, and
We
he
needed
played it
more of
really
that.
well. Yeah, and it's just like, but the worst thing was because I think Mike, he's a pretty good actor himself, and Dustin, they're pretty good actors. And Sadie, whatever she's called, she's decent. Robin was terrific, but David Harbour, he was like in a fucking world of his own in terms of acting performance in that final episode. Even when he sat, and it was a good scene between him and Mike at the end by the memorial.
Really good scene.
Yeah, and I was just like, God, I could have done with a lot more of this because this is good stuff. You know, this is actually connective stuff. And then you cut to like somebody like Robin. I'm just like, I know it's the 80s and you're gay, but you don't have to look like you fucking got AIDS. Like, what is the fucking wrong with her? Is she like Ozempic and everywhere or something?
Yeah,
what the hell is up with
She
her?
looked really gaunt.
She looks haggard.
Yeah.
She looks haggard, mate.
Like as bad as Nancy, who's honestly looked that way the entire series. But
well, yeah, Nancy hasn't changed in all fairness.
No.
But it's like that was frustrating because like Winona got nothing this episode. She got nothing.
Just that one scene at the end. And she's hacking the head off.
And she had to hack it enough times that they could get their fucking montages in between hacks. I'm like, she's gonna be here all fucking day hacking, and one of the kids is just gonna go, just Joyce, give it to fucking me, mate. And just cleave it straight.
It would have been
off.
funny if they cut back and somebody's like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, Mark, we got to rush this. You know, we're still on a different planet and we don't necessarily know how we're going to get home.
And then, but even in the cut, Elle's death scene, because it's just like, Elle's going to die. Excuse me, Elle, before you die, do you mind if we do another montage?
Yeah.
Just for you?
Can we do it? Oh, I know. Like everything's going down and she stops with Hopper and she just recaps the show for us.
Yeah.
She goes, Hop, I know you have been a father to me when you took me in at the forest and told me to keep my door 3 inches. It's like, we saw all this shit.
Yeah. And here's me meeting Mike and falling in love with Mike and our first kiss. And I'm like,
going on. And
can you
on
fucking
and on.
hurry up and die already, for fuck's sake? It's like by the time she died, I was like,
There were so many speeches. Chat's like, there's 20 speeches in this, and there like 20 is probably spot on.
Dude, this is this episode in a nutshell. Oh my goodness me. What on earth is that? That must be where Henry and Vecna are hiding. Anyway, I've been feeling really down recently. How are you doing? I just.
How about Mike's whole scene? Like the planet's about to descend, and he's like, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice you were gay. Like, what the hell are we doing here?
And then Steve falls off, and then it cuts to black.
And it's like,
and he just like, stop it. And then it comes back, and he's fucking Jonathan's holding him like, he was fucking 50 meters down, mate, before you even.
Dude, yeah. Okay, Mr. Fantastic.
Whatever. Yeah. It'd be funny if it panned back and Jonathan's arms just like, I too have the power of the gay. It's my brother, my gay power.
Yeah, chat. It was not as bad as Game of Thrones, but it was not like good either.
No, nothing could be as bad as Game of Thrones.
No,
but
Game of Thrones was.
It was not a good finale, but it had some good scenes scattered along the way. But there's a lot of bad. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bad. The whole fight was terrible,
dude. All right, hate to cop something from fucking Thunderbolts of all things, but and Thunderbolts not the first fucking thing to do this. But if you're calling back to 80s stuff, just make your finale Nightmare on Elm Street. Vecna got the kids, right? Mm-hmm. And he's in it's not a kaiju. He's just in something. And as they're trying to get to him, he's just individually fucking with all of their minds, and they have to go through some little nightmare to get to him.
It would have made more sense to me if that was the moment where they unleashed like all the demigorgons, all the demidogs.
Yep.
And they're coming towards, and they're like charging up towards the kids. The kids are like, we are done. And that's when fucking that's when Will goes full fucking, and he takes control. Like he takes control of them and then turns them on the fucking kaiju. So literally they're swarming over.
That would have been so much better. You bring the demigorgons in, and that would have made the military serve a purpose, and like they try to fight them and they can buy them time. For one, you involve the military in this. At the end, you involve the military.
They had to bring their firepower. They had to bring the firepower.
You involve them. If we're going to go this ridiculous, you bring in the military, and then you deal with by the way, all the pregnant women.
Oh, sorry. Is that the same military that don't know there's a fucking planet coming down right above them?
That's the same military that doesn't know there's a planet that's coming down. But that gives your military to have some kind of purpose other than we're just bad guys chasing around and like.
And they can understand now. Yeah. They could understand why there's why 11 exists and why she needs to exist.
They had access to Brenner's work, so they would know about everything, right? So at least and this is how you can make the cosmic god thing better. Because you never defeat a cosmic. It's an eternal evil. It is part of the universe. So what you can do is stop it. That's all you can do is stop it. You can't kill it. So at the end, you just have some quick scene with the military and talking to Paul Reiser's character, going, well, we sealed the portal, but the entity is always there. And now we've brought a piece of it here with these pregnant women that we've completely forgot about in this show, because all that power
like a lot of things
comes from, but you know what they're going to say? Well, that's for a spinoff. That's that we can answer that in a future show or a play or a comic book or fuck this kind of storytelling. Fuck this shit completely. It would have been more interesting. It's not answering every detail. It's like, no, there's a much bigger evil and they just stopped it. They didn't defeat it, but no, they straight up killed it.
They stopped the heart. And I mean, unless the process is it can't be killed and it can only be made dormant, and then it needs to have another Vecna-esque type character to it's kind of like Sauron. Sauron can never be killed, but he can still be a whisper on the wind.
Yes.
So maybe there's that sort of potential that there's a whisper. But I was expecting some little twist at the end, and it just went, here's Will in a gay bar. And I was like, oh, okay. But when it was like hinted that those kids could be like the next gen, I was like, don't you fucking dare.
No.
I was like, I don't want to watch another group of, now it's the 90s and these kids, like, fuck off. No.
And dipshit Derek is not going to be as cool when he grows up. Okay.
But why set him up with the girl at the end of the graduation and they just go, nah, he just goes off and has friendship with Steve? It's just like, why didn't you just show him with the fucking hot bird?
Because they can't show too many straight relationships, as it's 2025 according to Russell T Davies, and everything is gay.
Well, the women are all talking about remember how they're talking about independence? The women are all talking about independence. And there's Steve and Jonathan talking about settling down, having kids.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, oh, dude, feminism's killed everything. It's absolutely fucking killed everything. None of them. Steve ended with no one. Nancy, no one. Jonathan, no one. Robin wasn't even with a fucking girlfriend. Not that one of them.
Overbearing significant other. That's how so she was with a girl who was overbearing. Which girl? Don't know.
Don't know. There was that lass in the hospital, which I imagine was Robin's girlfriend because she kept barking orders at her.
Yeah.
And then and then Max is just like up and walking and skateboarding, and they allowed Lucas to say a line.
I know.
Lucas is her wife. It's just like, that is such a cack-handed relationship. It's like she was the dominant masculine and he was the subservient feminine.
The women are in all of those roles.
Oh,
the only person who is probably Hopper.
At least Hopper and Joyce got together.
Yeah.
Thank fuck.
I know, it was about time. I don't know if you caught that, but Montauk is a place that where a lot of conspiracies come from, right?
Okay.
Going to Philadelphia experiment and all this stuff. So
I know about
that.
that.
Yeah. So he goes, yeah, I got offered a job in Montauk. I'm like, I'd watch that show. I'd watch that show. So in the play, I don't know if you heard this, but in the play, the origins of the Upside Down come from the Philadelphia experiment. When I'm like, do that prologue, do that fucking prologue. That would have been awesome. Seeing the people like meld into the walls,
Yeah.
But no,
Will ended up in a gay bar.
We're close
with his
to
boyfriend.
We're close to a countdown here for New Year's, so I'll keep an eye on it for somebody.
Okay.
East Coast.
East Coast. 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. East Coast.
I'm in the future here. I'm in a completely different year to you.
How is it? How is it, man? Is it cool?
Still lame and gay. Still retarded and gay.
Damn it.
Hasn't changed.
Nothing's changed, huh? Sorry, I got to plug something in.
No. Binman never turned up yesterday to take the rubbish away. God bless him.
They didn't? Did they get the day off?
No, I shouldn't do on New Year's Eve, but they did.
Oh.
Bastards. Flying cars, there's cures for cancer.
Yeah,
all the politicians have been arrested.
Oh my God, 2026 sounds awesome.
Oh, I woke up.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's in the Upside Down.
Right.
I don't know. But it was I was looking at the time, and I think they defeated Vecna and I guess that was that meant to be the Mind Flayer? I mean, I didn't think
so when he opens the case and touches the evil from fucking from Time Bandits,
Stone.
From the end of Time Bandits, that's what it was. That's what it totally was. It was absolutely a callback to that. It had a voice. I mean, it's had a voice in the past, but it has a clear voice going, "Find me,
find me."
And they explain that he melds with the Mind Flayer, whatever entity that is, And
Yeah.
and think, like, I'll credit them for one thing. Vecna says, because Will was starting to go, "Oh, it wasn't you. It was the evil controlling you all along." And he goes, "No, I actually joined it. Fuck you guys." Yeah. I was like, okay.
I was concerned for a bit of a gayness there, where it's like, okay. But then I thought, so why are you crying, Henry? Why are you reliving this with horror when you have absolutely given yourself over? You would most likely, because the whole point of him not being able to go into the cave is so that the mind flayer was
him from seeing
hiding
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was just like, nah.
So
I wanted to do this anyway.
So I think what the Duffer Brothers will say was that was the moment he actually just goes the full dark side. And it's like, see, that's the kind of thing that needs so much more buildup and so much more background, that there was some kind of conflict in Henry, which we never saw. For one, you should have introduced Vecna in season 3 instead of season 4, but whatever. And that would have given you more time to show that kind of conflict that you could have set up, but just fucking sticking it in in the 11th hour, like they did everything else. It feels like they stuck it in the 11th hour and stuck it in the end, kind of like Will's coming out scene.
When going back to season 2, though, like when Will is sort of drifting in and out of the Upside Down, we see the Mind Flayer in the Upside Down.
We do.
Active.
He's there.
So why is it inactive?
Because the writers changed it to Vecna. No, as Mahler pointed out, and I think he's right. I don't know if we got a definitive decision, but they killed it or destroyed it in that form in the end.
Season 3.
Yeah.
But it was in a. Oh. But that wasn't in the one in season 3 was a fraction of the size of the one in season 2, which was absolutely ginormous.
Well, it was the Mind Flayer coming into our world, so it might have been more difficult. And see, that's a little thing you give a little whisper to. Again, you don't over-explain it, but you go, it has no power here. It needs a vessel, right? Which they insinuated with Vecna and the murderers creating portals. But they've had plenty of time to explain all this stuff and not over-explain it. The thing is, though, they over-explain everything else, absolutely everything else gets over-explained.
Yeah, it means you don't have a true vision. It means you're making it up as you go along.
Yep. And this last season was made for secondary viewing. So if you're on your phone at some point in a show, and I just went back and checked, it happens at except for the first episode. No, it happens in the first episode too. Happens in every episode. There's a moment where if you're looking at your phone, somebody on the screen will recap the show for you. Happens every time.
Well, there was bountiful exposition all over the place, and they're doing that thing where they were literally just passing exposition in a line. I'll say my line, then you carry on, the exposition, and I think there was a part in it. Oh, like all those mistakes, those continuity mistakes, like with the lever being silver, and then the lever suddenly got a red tip, and all of this, and the place they go, oh yes, I went to go to the ice cream store, and the name of the ice cream store was actually a nursery, a nursery for plants, not nursery for Minnesota. So there were just loads of shitloads of continuity mistakes that people are like, oh no, it's because they're all in the dream, they're all in a dream, it's all been fucking whatever. But so it's just like, no, it's just a bunch of continuity mistakes. It's just a horrible bunch of continuity mistakes that you couldn't be asked to tie everything up. And then there was one point, I think there was a point in this episode where they were just like, something. Well, how are we going to do that? Well, if we do, and I was just like, oh God, stop, please stop. I think I tweeted out watching it. I said, what was it? Yeah. Me watching Stranger Things. Well, that was a coincidence. It's like there was so many like, Oh, and this just happens exactly at this time to stop this. Oh, and this just happens at exactly this time to stop that. Oh, and this just happened. It was just like everything was just so contrived. Just like who's that? Who's the Jew? Who's fucking Captain Jew? Because that's literally his character, is just like being the most Jewish of Jew characters that ever.
Murray.
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 He's like, why is this character even in the fucking show?
I think he's popular considering all the characters they left out, but Murray, I liked Murray in the past because he was kind of a weirdo conspiracy theorist, but dude, Murray didn't have anything really to do. Hopper until the very end, you know, when David
that one
Harbour
good scene, and that was it.
Didn't have anything to do. Joyce definitely didn't have anything to do. They lost the
he's kosher.
But Jesus Christ, like Lucas's little sister, like is the most annoying character in the show.
Hideous. I hated her from the moment in that worst character in the show. Thankfully, she wasn't in this. But I heard you say, because I noticed it as well when they're freeing all the kids, and I was like, why does Lucas get to free the black kid? Why?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like,
why can't Lucas fucking free a white kid? You racist wankers.
The Asian kid will save the Asian kid. Yeah.
I've got this. They too are black.
Yes.
Can they only be fucking saved by the person the same skin pigmentation removing the fucking?
Whatever. I don't know.
That was the thing that got the biggest giggle out of me the whole fucking show.
I think it was Will's happy ending being in a gay bar. I
rolled at that. It was just like, and it's going to be difficult for you, but you'll find acceptance, and everyone's crying, and it's just like his boyfriend turns up and they start going.
He moved to San Francisco. Will moved to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Went to the Castro. And he was fine.
Yeah.
He was just fine. Okay. There's no shortage of gay bars in San Francisco.
It would have been hilarious if Russell T. Davis just sat next to him, because his boyfriend's the same fucking age.
His boyfriend's 27. Yeah.
And he's what, 65?
65. Yeah. So, Stranger Things ends with the longest fucking ending, because all the action we were describing, just to reset, the Lord of the Rings is beautiful. I was saying it earlier. Every minute of that ending needed
it's
to be
great. It's a great ending. It's a great epilogue.
All the action we were describing to you guys, if you're just joining us, ends halfway through the show.
Yes.
So they kill Vecna halfway through the show. There's another hour of epilogue and missing Elle, and you know that they were going to find some way to kind of bring her back. But basically, most of the straight couples break up.
Well, I was waiting for Mike's happy ending with Elle. Like, they all go off, and I was expecting Mike to just be like, go to the special place where they are. But it's like, nah. She's kung fu. She's walking the earth, mate.
You know, that ending scene when they had all the kids together playing D&D, I'm like, see, that's what the show missed, was them. More of them.
Yeah.
Not being support characters. It really made it stand out.
But it was weird though, because when there was the scene with Steve, Robin, Jonathan, and Nancy, first of all, it's like, Robin, fuck off. You shouldn't even be here.
Yeah.
And then secondly, it was just like, that scene was just like showing you how degraded those characters have become. It's like they all started off as like, Steve was a wanker, but then got redemption.
Yep.
And then Nancy and Jonathan were like a really cute couple in the first season. Well, you know, gonna become a cute couple, but
yeah,
you could see like the love between them, like the attraction between them.
The shy weirdo gets the girl. Now,
they just became nothing. And Nancy became an obnoxious cow. Jonathan became a fucking commie cuck.
Yep.
It's just like,
which explains a lot.
I'm doing a fucking film about anti-capitalism. I'm like, oh, go fuck yourself in the ass. By the way, buy a Netflix subscription.
Yeah.
Only fucking $14.99 to watch this, which is behind the pay. Fuck off. You're
as I
dumb.
sit here with a streaming company that outgrosses the entire worldwide box office and
Yeah.
in a show that cost $480 million, they spent $480
Jeez.
on this season, and we're gonna get an anti-capitalist
Why?
message.
Yeah, anti-cat. Just shut up, you
You,
tart.
you know what? You know what? The one thing this show, somebody brought this up. I think it was on Twitter. I wish I can give them credit, but lots of gay representation, lots of things they got from the 80s. Small town America, no presence of church,
No. Religion,
Christianity
yeah.
at all, which that's ridiculous. That's as ridiculous as
They'd all be going to
church.
church every Sunday. Every Sunday they'd be going to church.
Yep.
The parents be knocking on the door. getting them to
Indiana,
church.
come on. So no presence of that, and of course Linda Hamilton being in command of special forces. That's
Wait, yeah, sure, Linda. And
But
like all the guys around her are like 2 foot taller than her.
yeah, and as I said earlier, she plays a dude. She plays a male character.
It's a male role, yeah, for
It's
sure.
a male role, and she just plays it like a male, and it wasn't good.
What do you think again? What do you think this is? 2025. But unfortunately, that's modernity, and it
Not.
just shows.
It's
Because I was thinking
2026 for you.
at the end of this, I'm like, right, the show starts in what 2016, and
Yep.
it finishes in 2025, and the show starts off first season, 4 boys and Elle, the predominant characters, and then you got Joyce and Hopper, right?
Mhm.
They're like the main brunt, and then you got your side characters and Nancy, Steve, and Jonathan. They're
Yeah,
just
Brenner. Brenner was a great villain.
Yeah, but I mean, by the end of the show, the predominant characters are Elle, Max,
Holly.
Like the guys are doing nothing. They're just literally running around doing a scream every now and again to show that they're still there. Hopper's not doing anything. Even Joyce isn't doing anything. And I'm like, nearly a decade. What? It's such a coincidence that what's happened in the decade that this wonderful show that was really about 4 best mates and this weirdo girl with powers ended up just being a girls get things done show.
Mhm.
Even 8, or an oat show as you call it, Ocho. Even 8 got a better ending and like a more fulfilling ending
Yeah.
than half of the characters should have. Like they even set up that she saved 11, and I'm just like,
Dude, like the one good Hopper scene is when Ocho has the gun up
yes,
and he's like, "Shoot me."
shoot me. Yeah, he does
Shoot
a great
me.
speech. Does great. Yeah, shoot me because
And
if
then
I'm, and he goes, yeah, it's good.
Then
It's
he
good.
looks Elle in the face, and like this is a scene that was worth recapping. Not like their entire life. It was you were taken from your mom. You've been through these horrors, and you're still a good person, which is what we like about heroes, you know. But and then it gets undercut immediately. But it was so inconsistent, so repetitive. But when they finally got to this last episode, at least stuff was moving, I guess. But you can't help but laugh at, and like this is the most ridiculous thing of the show, and it bears repeating. Fucking Nancy looking like Rambo charging a kaiju.
that you look at Nancy from season 1,
Yeah.
and then you compare it with that Nancy, and there isn't any growth in the character.
No.
It's just more obnoxious. It just
After-
becomes more and more obnoxious as the seasons go on.
Remember, like how great her character was. You know, feeling bad about Barb, and you know,
I love in season 1. They're all really likable characters
Yep,
in season 1. All of them, apart from Steve, which you're like, he's a bit of a twat. But Steve gets his. He gets it. You know, he starts to get his. Oh, yeah. She looks stupid, and she was like, who's gonna lead it? And she, who's gonna be bait? I'll be bait. And
I'll
Nancy
be
just
bait.
like, oh, you know, like, I wish you got fucking murked.
yeah,
I wish you
Should've.
just got a fucking leg right through you. There again, you'd be very hard to hit. You're only like 5 pounds.
and it looked like they were running around in the volume.
Oh yeah, dude. There was like a patch of ground that they were on. They never moved from it. The background moved, but they never fucking moved from this little stage that was built around them.
You know what? They had nothing to call back to earlier in the season when they do Kate Bush again, right? And they have
got Prince
Max.
though. They get Prince,
dude. Purple Rain, fucking great song. Most Prince songs are great, but yeah, the scene where she's running towards the portal again, she looks like she's running on a treadmill in that scene. And for one, just repeating that scene with the same song, because we pointed out in a previous stream, as Kate Bush has other songs that are really good, by the way.
Yes. But it kind of became almost the secondary theme to Stranger Things that,
Well, they did two Prince songs.
Far Out Places, whatever it's called.
Yeah. They did When Doves Cry and Purple Rain.
And I got Purple Rain,
which did not come out in 1987, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
And yes, you were right, or you were right in as
earlier.
much as that image of Hopper by Indiana Jones and Last Crusade was legit.
Yeah, so the picture I saw of, like, it looked like there was an epilogue that was going around. He was standing in front of Last Crusade, which is obviously 89.
Yeah. That's when the epilogue is 89.
Dude, that the show ends the year I got arrested for the first time.
I remember going to the cinema to see Last Crusade.
I went to the drive-in with Melissa.
Ooh.
And watched it.
That's when you date for the first time?
Nah, we'd already been messing around.
Okay.
I think she had a boyfriend, but whatever.
You're 19, whatever, 18,
whatever.
19. Yeah.
What was the double feature? I think it was like Indiana Jones and Crocodile Dundee 2.
Oh, wow. Crocodile Dundee, that's a great film, the first one.
First one, second one sucks.
Second one's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's I don't feel as if a monumental thing has come to an end. It doesn't have that feeling.
They really tried. I mean, ending with David Bowie doesn't hurt. Okay. Heroes, great song.
We can be hero. Oh, dude, no, but it just remembered me the fucking shitty new Doctor Who show.
I know.
As a great man once said, we can be heroes.
Just for one day.
Fuck off, you dumb cunt. So unfortunately, I had a little bit too much. That was too raw in my head.
Yeah.
I was expecting a fish to come out and Russell Tovey to fuck it in its ass, but no.
When that ending was going on, I paused it, and Melissa's like, how are they going to get 27 minutes out of this? And I'm like,
it was more than that.
It.
Dude,
well, we were already well into the ending, and I'm like,
oh,
hit, and it's like 27 minutes. She's like, what?
Well, admittedly, there's like 15 minutes credits at the end, I think.
There is.
Yeah.
There is.
Because when everything was defeated and I looked at the time, I think it was like an hour and 3 minutes or 53. It's like the 53 or an hour and 3 minutes gone past, and I was like, oh no. And then the next scene is 18 months later, and I'm like, oh no. It's literally, we're going to go into an hour of wrap up. No. So then I was expecting, okay, so it's an hour of wrap up. So we're actually going to get resolution about Elle, Mike, no, we just got literal, let's pat ourselves on the back for an hour.
Oh, the door is open for them to make a movie or something.
A movie.
Yeah.
I think the fact that they've been pushing Holly so hard is, I think they're trying to backdoor pilot Holly to lead.
Couldn't agree more.
Another show. And I wouldn't have any interest in that. Thank you very much.
No, but the Hopper Montauk show of just Hopper and Joyce.
Hopper and Joyce in that place that you said lots of conspiracy
solving,
sort of like Erie, Indiana.
Erie, Indiana, doing that sign me up. I'm there.
I'd be up for that. That'd be a great show.
Yep.
And it all kind of like, it's all because of the upside down, you know, the Philadelphia experiment opening up.
Yeah.
This, that, and the other, you know.
They should have leaned
That could be
way more
fun.
into that.
Dude, I just want a show like that again.
I miss an X-Files.
Coming back.
Okay. I don't miss it that much
Right,
for
Ryan Coogler, for fuck's
Right.
sake.
What if all the conspiracies were white supremacy? What if the aliens were white supremacy?
And co-writer Jordan Peele. Oh no.
Dude, he did a fucking Twilight Zone. Did you see that garbage? Oh my God. Oh, dude. I'm sure
Was
some
it
people in the chat
all the
saw
white
Jordan
people
Peele.
were bad? Was that the
What if all the white people were bad?
Jordan, is that you? Is that
Oh, that's what those memes that are going around because he wants to do a Marvel movie, and the first one I saw was, what if Thanos was white supremacy?
what if Thanos wiped out all the white people? Jordan Peele. That's it. And it's like 3 minutes long. All the white people go and all the black people go. And now utopia has befallen planet Earth, and everyone shall remain peaceful and happy forever and ever.
Oh God, was it Ta-Nehisi Coates? Who did the comic Black?
Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa, yeah. If you haven't heard, Black is basically what if all the black people had superpowers. Oh, strange times we live in.
Oh,
Strange times. So yeah, it was really long. We got a season that we were promised movie length episodes. They felt that way, but they were only an hour long, actually.
Even Mike and 11, get Mike and 11. I mean, give her fucking acting lessons and tell her to stop fucking pumping Botox into her face. And they could do like there could be a young couple doing the.
She ain't getting a lot of gigs. She is not going to get. They're doing another Enola Holmes, dude. Yeah, she's not going to be getting a lot of gigs. I think actually,
Enola, why is your face not moving? Have you been poisoned? Well, technically, yes.
I can't say Sadie Sink is the greatest actress I've ever seen, but
dude, Sadie Sink needs to fucking smile more, for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Max. I'm sorry, I don't know what Ryan sees in Max, because Max is a miserable fucking character. She's always fucking dour. Maybe actually, I take it back. That's exactly like Ryan likes her. She's always dour.
Well, it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's perfect. What the fuck are you going on?
It's a perfect.
She's always dour. She's always miserable. She barely cracks a fucking smile. There's zero chemistry with her and Lucas. Zero.
Okay. Yeah. When at the end, when they were like kissing, and she's like, "You look ridiculous, but I love you." It was like, I'm like, oh.
And yeah, demean your man. Demean your man on graduation day. Right. Why don't you? Dude, it's the 80s. I'm surprised he didn't fucking backhand her. Bitch, shut your mouth.
Oh.
Yeah. Another franchise comes to a very slow stop.
Yeah, again, not unusual for TV shows, but that's still a cope. Just because it's very difficult to stick a landing. But my counter argument would be, it is when you have 9, 10, 11 seasons. I think it's extra tough to do that. When you have 5 and all the resources in the world and the time.
But if you got a 5-season show and you know it's going to be there or thereabouts 4 or 5 seasons, then you've got to have a proper fucking outlay.
Well,
and they clearly did not. They don't know what they didn't know what the mind flare was, never mind the upside down.
I don't know why show Bibles used to be a thing. Straczynski famously had a Bible, and he had characters in laying in wait just in case a character left. So each character had an alternate like plan. You got this amazing gig plan. But they didn't. but they didn't.
Oh,
not
wow.
the worst season finale of all time, but it was their worst season. It was Stranger Things' worst season.
No,
without a
I
doubt.
mean, I wouldn't. It wasn't obnoxious or anything like that, or just like laughably bad, but it wasn't good. There was plenty that just went unsaid, untold. Like we never got anything about Barb, really. We just got a quick flash.
Yep.
Thinking back to Barb. So the whole thing with Barb was a complete afterthought. We got a flash of Eddie. That guy got done dirty big time.
So dirty, but maybe it's best that he just stayed dead.
But it kind of it just felt to me like instead of a car crash, it was a 2025 family saloon with anti-lock brakes that was had water resistant tires that just pulled up very carefully and casually to the red light and then put its brakes on, stopped, put its handbrake on, check both sides, make sure that everything's okay, rear view mirror, wing mirror, and then just left the car. It's just like nice and safe.
Yep.
Nice and safe because we didn't really have anything. And I didn't feel any emotional beat with 11 because when you can't emote with your face, and I don't believe, again, her and Mike, no, there's no chemistry there. There's zero chemistry there. You can't really invest in that relationship. But too many characters brought in, too many wasted characters, and too little time focusing on what they should have always done, which is focus on the 4 kids and 11.
Yeah.
And what the fuck you were actually doing.
Especially in the final season. But it is admittedly a rarity for Netflix to have a show to get to 5 seasons.
True.
And to stay popular for 5 seasons. That is a unicorn for Netflix. And that's why they're trying to buy Warner Brothers, by the way.
Well, they need some IP that they can play with.
Yep.
Because original IP is difficult. And let's just say the people who they've been pinning a badge on haven't exactly been knocking out the park, Zack Snyder, as well as others. But I think there's going to be a knee-jerk reaction in as much as most people are going to go, yes, it was a decent finale. It was a fine finale, great show, good show. And I think this is one that isn't going to stand the test of time. I think it's a show that will evaporate in a couple of years' time out of the public zeitgeist. It's definitely not, even though Game of Thrones shit the bed, it's still 10 years later kind of got, or how many years later, it's still got that 5 years.
It still has a lot of fans.
And there's House of the Dragon going still and stuff, but where does Stranger Things go when you don't even know where it's going in the first place? That's the problem. And the Duffer Brothers now done, aren't they?
They're going off to Paramount to either, I don't know if they're doing movies or TV or both.
So you'd need somebody else to take up the reins and take it in a direction.
And dude, they had Sean Levy directed a couple episodes. Frank Darabont directed a couple episodes.
Directors.
Yeah, they are. Frank Darabont for sure. But yeah, it just kind of came and went. And now they can't do Squid Game. They can't do Stranger Things. And that's probably why they're looking at Warner Brothers. I mean,
they are doing Squid Game.
Oh, they're doing American Squid Game.
The American Squid,
yeah. That's right.
But they can't do any more with 456.
And he's kind of important for that show.
he was the show.
He was the show.
The games are all well and good, but that's when the whole point of the first Squid Game was the investment in the characters. The games were secondary. The games enhanced the relationships of the characters. And you could already see that because the characters weren't anywhere near as strong in the second season as they were in the first season, the games could not compensate for that. And the American version is going to be all fucking spectacle It's all going to be pomp and circumstance. Yeah, there's going to be the characterization. I guarantee you is going to be shockingly bad. Shockingly bad.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it anyway, but
No.
I'm sure Netflix will do I think they've already talked about a spinoff, and maybe the contract is such where as long as the Duffer Brothers are doing Stranger Things stuff, but we'll see how they do while working on multiple projects.
So who gets a career after this out of the kids?
Out of the kids?
Hmm.
Ooh.
I think Sadie Sink,
Finn
and
Wolfhard.
I think they're the only two.
I think the kid who plays Dustin. Well,
he'll do a couple of things, and then
sitcoms were still a thing,
ugh.
he'd be in a sitcom.
I think he'll fade. I think he'll fade relatively quick. I don't know what the dude Luke, unless that somebody can give that guy a chance to let loose and show what he's got.
Yeah,
because the show didn't. But I think Will's gonna fade.
I did like
Noah. What's his name?
I did like when they brought Dustin's mom back finally, because like you forget that Lucas has parents and Dustin has a mom. They just like don't show up ever.
Well, yeah, because you're too busy cramming other stupid characters into the show. Whatever. They put too much emphasis. I mean, like Robin did not need to be in this show at all. No,
you take Robin out completely. You pretty much took Max out for most of it. You don't make Holly the emphasis for the final season. I mean, so much was taken away from the original kids. Huge mistake. And you give Steve something to do besides being like an emotional support thing for Robin.
He had nothing. If I was Steve, I don't even know why you like Robin. Why'd you like Robin? She's just a stupid bint to you. I just go, look, shut up. Just shut your fucking mouth. Who the fuck do you think you are? Shut up, woman.
And her girlfriend was just another Robin who didn't need to be in the show either. Like Lucas's little sister didn't need to be in the show. There's so many. Yeah. And they needed to do like the military needed to be not so cartoonish. Like have some purpose. But it didn't. I think it's time to get to the people. If you want to,
you
need to bug out. You can bug out.
I'll bug out now because it's 5:30 a.m. So
yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, East Coast, West Coast coming up soon. Sorry, Central coming up soon. I'll catch you on Friday, boo.
I'll catch you on Friday with the Critical Drinker.
Oh yeah,
and I'll be on Open Bar tomorrow with Critical Drinker. You take it easy, get some sleep, man.
I'm surprised. The only thing I'm surprised about is that somebody didn't go, that thing over there, that's strange. When they saw the fucking bug for the first time.
That's some sort of stranger thing.
It's some sort of stranger thing than I've ever seen before. Yeah.
The scene that got me, though, I talked about it earlier. Sorry, chat. I don't know if Az heard. When the older kids were sitting on the fucking roof and they're reflecting on their lives and they're all
with the volume all around them.
Yep. Going and one of them goes, I don't think anything's ever going to be the same. Like it's some John Hughes movie. Like you
coming of age movie.
You just fought a kaiju.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're going to have PTSD. You're going to need therapy.
Just had sex for the first time. I don't think anything's going to be the same again.
It's going to be the same.
No, you fought a fucking 200-foot high kaiju fucking spider from another dimension.
Yeah, it's not 16 candles, okay?
The thing is, though, they were having conversations that would have been more immediate conversations, not conversations that would have happened 18 months later.
Uh-huh.
Because it was almost intimating that as soon as they got released by the army, they all just went, see ya.
The army just fucked off. Didn't arrest Hopper. Didn't question anybody. I mean, Hopper and all those people saw a lot of classified information too. It
killed a lot of classified people.
He killed a battalion of servicemen. Okay, it's fucking ridiculous. And then they just fucked off and said it's all cool. And then the kids, when they came back, it's like they were gone for years. It was 18 months. They got their shit together quick, man. They got to. They finished school, got into NYU.
Yeah, nobody grew up. Nobody grew up. None of the kids grew up.
Yeah.
They do quite a lot of growing in 18 months at that age.
Damn, that's a crazy 18 months.
Well, they in fucking stasis.
All right, brother.
Yeah. All right, dude. Have a good one. I'll see you later.
Happy New Year, Az.
Happy New Year.
We're going to get to the people. We're going to get to the people. I see Noons in there. What's up, Noons? What's up, my lady? Hope you're having a happy 2026 for you. Final shot after the cast credits was Stranger Things D&D user manual. I saw that. I did. It means it was all just a campaign, man. I'm not going to look that deeply into it, but Gonzo Sean, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Vance Tudor for $49.99. Hail, brother. What the fuck? The only happy ending was Hopper and Joyce. This is bullshit. They're absolutely setting up a spinoff with Holly. 6 out of 10. I would agree. They left it open to bring back Elle eventually for a movie. Everybody back for a movie. Would you be surprised in 2 or 3 years they do a movie set in the 90s where there's some kind of return and that could be some kind of spin-off? I would not be surprised at all. Thank you, Vance. Mike Williams for $5 says Stranger Things writers have no idea how C4 works. Yeah. But they also, forgot things like the Demogorgons and the Demodogs. And I'm going to rewatch it again. The thing is, there might've been some line in passing, but it completely blew by me. Does anybody remember them explaining where they went towards the end? The thing is, there are little things they explained, like why Hawkins was quarantined and stuff, but it's all done in exposition, and it's told, not shown, and you have to do both. You have to show us, and that's why I'm really a stickler for this one. Do a couple of because they did it in season 4. Do a couple of news things where the town of Hawkins has been under quarantine for 18 months. And people have a lot of questions, and the military isn't talking. They said after this earthquake, it created some weird and, some unprecedented environmental event, and they're worried about some disease spreading from the flaky stuff. Something like that. It had taken a minute of screen time. And then, maybe do it more than once. You see what the outside world is thinking, and it makes your world feel bigger. Also, Vecna, in control of the Demogorgons, never even brought up the Russians. He just seemed to be really focused on Hawkins. Frank Casamento has gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships for $25. Thank you very much, Frank. Appreciate you. Can I get a hello? Also, I don't like girls. SR16732 for $199. Hello. I'm sorry you don't like girls, but it's okay. Hey, I'm so annoyed. Paid good money to see the play in London, and all the important plot points were ignored by the show. Dimension X, Patty, what was in the case? I could go on. Says Red Panda. Yeah, so Dimension X, because the Upside Down was originally, before the show got into production, was originally called Dimension X, and that's how they pushed it. So there was Dimension X, the Upside Down, the Abyss. It needed a lot more explaining, and when I breezed through the plot of the play, I thought they would sprinkle more of that in. And they really didn't. Yappin' Tom for $6.99. Us. Let's get on with the talkie stuff quickly so we can get to the plot. Duffer Ho Moss says, let's finish plot in 5 minutes so we can get to the talkie cry talkie. Talkie cry talkie is a good description. Did Vecna run out of demos, demodogs, and bats? At least Will found his place in Milwaukee. Oh, was it Milwaukee? I thought it was San Francisco. Should have been one season and done. We could say that about so many seasons. Eric Kane from Forbes tweeted, I'm glad like other people, I know you guys talk about it too, but other people notice that particularly with Netflix, they don't really get past most of their shows that they produce or Western shows that they produce. I'm going to count out all the Asian stuff that they get. It doesn't make it past the season 2. Now it can, but the season 2 usually shits the bed. Great example is the Umbrella Academy shits the bed in season 2 and just gets worse. Alter Carbon didn't even make it past the season 2. Season 2 was so fucking bad. And that first fucking season of Alter Carbon kicks ass. I love it. Love everything about it. But that's the way it goes with streaming shows, though. It's not just Netflix. Famously, Westworld, only one season of Westworld. Yappin' Tom says, I watched Angel and Buffy this year. Now this shit. Yeah, I don't know if you finished Angel, but in the conversation I saw on Twitter how few shows have like really stick the landing. And that's true. That's just an absolute truth. Angel is one of those shows that 100% sticks the landing. One of the best endings of any show. And TNG, of course, TNG. You be you, I'll be me, and Will is gay. This is Kevin Hunt. Thank you for the 50, by the way. Sorry. I was too busy laughing at your comment. Kevin, thank you. Thank you. I didn't watch, but the ending was fantastic because it revealed the mastermind villain is Netflix. It says free men die free for $5. Yep. And they're going to take over DC Comics, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. Well, they'll own DC Comics outright, and they'll have controlling interest as far as distribution of the core Lord of the Rings story. So they don't have the Silmarillion, but they have the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. I think they wanted to do something Hobbit related. I don't know how that works. I think there's still MGM involvement, which would mean there was Amazon involvement. It's a miracle. I know they're not great films, but I love them. But it's a miracle the Hobbit trilogy got made. Oh, look at William Perry. 5 years sober today. Oh, so you quit on the 31st. You're one of those people who said, I'm quitting at the end of the year. And you actually fucking did it, William. Respect. Congratulations, brother. 5 years. You must be feeling so good. 5 years is when it gets far enough away, like the fog of all that stuff starts clearing, because it does take it depends on how long you drank, but yeah, I remember hitting 5 years and I really started like, okay, because William, I'm going to tell you, my first 5 years, the first 3.5, I was a bitter fuck. I was bitter. I was fucking angry. And no fun. But I kept going to meetings. I kept getting a little bit better. I had to swallow a lot of pride, eat a lot of fucking crow. A lot of crow. Not the best crow. It's the worst crow. But congratulations. Thank you, and as for being a bastion of regardation or retardation and entertainment for us addicts and showing it can be overcome. I know Stranger Things stream, but hey, it's all good. Say what you want here. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's been a long time since I did a show wrap up live on this channel. And I just wanted to get you guys used to it because it comes back in 16 days. We'll be on this channel Sunday night, about 8:45 Central. No. Yeah, 8:45 Central for Night of the Seven Kingdoms. And it'll be me and Ryan and Shad and Mahler and Fringy. Hopefully talking about a great show because I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to dare to look forward to that show. Hail, Gary. What a disappointment of a finale to Stranger Things. Fans should be furious with how dissatisfying the ending was. Some decent bits, yes, there were, and closure, but the show and fans deserve better. Yeah, you got some character closure for sure. I didn't get a satisfying ending to the Upside Down, to Vecna, to the Mind Flayer. None of that was good. None of that at all was good. Little character moments were good, but they've always been good at that. And that's because they've had a good cast that they stopped focusing on. Like I just said to Az, Robin didn't need to be in this show, period. She should have died. The Wheelers should have died. That might have given Nancy and Jonathan purpose other than, oh, we're going to go follow I know Jonathan Byers, but that, like, we're going to go follow our careers. Yay. I really hope we get back into the mind. Like, listen, I was in that mindset when I was a kid. That was a very 80s mindset. It's been a mindset for a long time, but like, certainly you want to have a career, you want to have a skill, but man, family, bro. It's added so much to my life. Not for everybody though. Not for, and maybe it wasn't for Nancy. Maybe, you know, Nancy probably wouldn't have been a very good mother if you think about it. Or maybe it would have changed her. Man, the fireworks are going nuts. It's great. Government just let them all go. Yeah. Cameron Pencil. I'm going to say, aside from Rambo Nancy charging a kaiju, that is the dumbest thing from the season and this finale, is the military who impregnated all those women who were still impregnated. Like, it's not like they stopped the experiment. It was well into the experiment. So they're going to make a bunch of little 11s. They didn't stop shit. They just stopped it from happening in the future. But those women, they're there. And poor Paul Reiser is still handcuffed to a pipe, apparently, in an underground base. But like, that's the kind of thing like this, that is not the kind of thing you miss. You don't miss explaining, even in a fucking sentence, what happened to the government and how did they get out of all this. I mean, because let's be real, that government was, from season 1 on, had no qualms killing people who saw too much and knew too much. No problem at all. The only character they wrote well this season was Steve the Hare Harrington. Happy New Year, Gary. Callie sucked. Should have never been brought back. Agreed. But what Az said, she was actually given a better ending than some other people. But no, they shouldn't have brought her back. Robin shouldn't have been in it. Lucas's little sister took up too much time. They shouldn't have been focusing on Holly. They should have been focusing on Vecna, and the core characters. Like Jonathan was insignificant. He's been insignificant, but he completely insignificant for a couple of seasons. Let's be real. Steve Harrington, we all like him. That guy's a good actor. I think he might have a future. But he didn't do anything. He was just supporting people. And what you know, here's what's going to frustrate you. You know what his character represents? This is going to piss you off, chat. Because now I think about it, it pisses me off. He represents the toxic straight white male who's learned his lesson and learned his place. learned his lesson and learned his place. You think David Harbour's real life problems affected his roles? They have. I'm not gonna. He's had I don't think this is any secret. He's had massive substance abuse problems in the past and recently. I know somebody who knew him, right? So that's as far as it's going to go, though. I hope he gets, I don't care about his fucking politics. I hope he gets sober and healthy because he does have a lot of talent. And maybe if he gets sober and healthy, he'll realize that the free market is the way. He certainly benefits from it. Get in touch with the gay. Nerdrotic 12/31/25. True. Nathan Cassidy, that's a quote. He had to get in touch with the gay. And once he got in touch with the gay, he got his powers. There's even a clip. Hang on. Why am I looking at a close-up picture of fucking Mikey? Jesus Christ, Mikey. Think about the rest of us. Think about the rest of us. I have this bookmarked for my video. Oh, there it is right there. Give me just a second. I have to get the speakers going through the right thing. And then, here we go.
Vecna thought Will's secret was his weakness.
But it's his superpower. Wow, one of the best queer characters we've ever had. What a powerful message to send to kids. Like, no, this isn't your weakness. This is your superpower. This is how you defeat the big, bad, evil monster of the whole show, is accepting what you thought was your weakness.
Being who you are is where our power comes from. It's really powerful, and I'm very moved and touched by that. Yeah, even though I play the villain.
Vecna thought Will's...
The thing is, there's nothing wrong with the message of self-acceptance. It's very important. The problem is so much of that lack of self-acceptance for a personal issue, because it is paraded through Hollywood and culture as something special instead of it just being your normal, and it shouldn't be your entire identity. It is just an aspect of what you are as a human being. But if you start looking at it as a superpower, like the gayness as a superpower, it's just an aspect. That's not your entire identity. And if you look for something, if you look to fulfill your life with an aspect of your identity, your life will never be fulfilled. And so much of the discourse that we see towards Christians, towards straight people, and the back and forth that's been going on, because gays definitely went through their shit too, is projection of personal problems. And we can't have these conversations. We're starting to now. Give a little credit to YouTube. There's certain things you definitely, as Shuon had just proved that with one of her videos. There's certain things for some reason you can't talk about at all. But their censoring has gotten a lot lighter. So we can actually have these conversations. I'm not going to get demonetized for it. But it's like with the trans issue. You're an adult trans person. I don't care. I'm not going to really concern myself with your life at all. It's your decision as an adult. Do what you want. But there has to be a line when it comes to kids. And we talk about that, and they really try to shut that down. And I'm not going to shut up about it. I don't think anybody else is either. But yeah, looking at it as a superpower is not healthy. You know what? My addiction, whatever I have that's wrong with me, I don't consider it a superpower. And I don't consider it as something that would necessarily, if you're gay, you shouldn't look at it as bad. If you're looking at it as bad, you're looking at it as bad. Not me, but so many people project that on us, right? And then it becomes annoying. And as Ryan correctly pointed out in his tweet, he put up a meme, and the meme had Will, and the meme said, I like pee-pee on my poo-poo. And the guy got really upset. And he saw, well, that's not the gay experience. And he's like, that's not what it said. It's a fucking meme. And if you wouldn't get so upset about just fucking memes, if you're so secure, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't care. So Ryan was way more eloquent than I was, but it's a good point. If you're secure with it, who gives a shit? But I would it was a pretty gay year in Hollywood, and that's saying something. Overrepresented, and you risk, well, I think you're past that point right now, which sucks because this comes from not the individual, from the activist side, especially in Hollywood. You risk annoying people. Doesn't help your cause at all. Doesn't help your cause at all. I hear Netflix is censoring criticism of this. Are they? Like, how? Not saying it's not true. I don't know how. Are they censoring? Are they like deleting like replies on their tweets or something? You could just put it in the chat. Because they don't have any place in their platform for comments, but I'm sure they have the power to mess with aggregates for sure. Even though it's listen, that already happened. The guy who was running Rotten Tomatoes at the time in 2019 used to work for Disney. Disney made a little phone call to Rotten Tomatoes going, we don't really like what's happening to the Rotten Tomatoes score, so we want you to change your platform. And they did. And they did because Disney was an advertiser, and they need Disney and all the other studios, and they really don't want to piss them off. But that's the thing. Like they really love to put that certified fresh, back in the day on their fucking DVDs or on their social medias. But you got to take the good with the bad. You got to take the good with the bad. That's really a good way to go through life. The Chicago box. I think that's one thing I don't want to say it's exclusive to Generation X. There's a lot of wonderful millennials and Gen Z who feel the same way, and they should. But that's something that was that I learned at a very early age. I'm not going to blindly trust anything. I think it's a good way to look at life. Cautious. You're a cautious fellow. We never even saw what happened to Derek's family, who was left tied up in a barn. What the heck? Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about it, baby. Okay, so military just fucks off. Don't know what happened to Derek's family. Were they even at the graduation? Because Derek was sitting next to Holly. I guess Ted had no damage from his coma. We don't know what happened to, I'm blanking on their names now, but the black cop, the two cops from Hawkins. What happened to Argyle? What happened to Paul Reiser's character? Why didn't Agent Stinson acknowledge that Hawkins was cracking open at the end of season 4? I'm sure it'll be answered in a comic book. Dog of War Rogue for $4.99. First hour of anticlimactic battle, 1 hour of goodbyes, and Mike coping with Elle's death at the end, Soprano style. I gotta admit, I enjoyed Game of Thrones season 8 better. Oh, okay. If I gotta pick one good thing from Game of Thrones season 8, ooh. This is tough. Oh, I don't think I can. I maybe oh, they're copyright striking videos. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it kind of depends. They usually don't. Are they starting to do it on Twitter to fight the memes? Because they can't do that. Netflix is hit and miss on copyright. They'll copyright claim you, but if you fight it, you can beat it like 99% of the time. 99% of the time. And I'll even read you kind of a draft of how you have to word it. I've beaten Netflix every time. If you're a content creator, this is for YouTube. Okay. You can't beat Warner Brothers. They dare you to take the second step. Oh, why is it not loading now? Okay. I think this is from Robert. I think Robert Barnes wrote this, and I think I got it from Ryan Kittle. I think so. So basically you go, I'm writing a response of this claim, blah, blah, blah. Fair use of copyright work, particularly of purposes such as criticism, commentary, news, reporting, is not an infringement of copyright. Factors considered including the purpose of a character, of the use of the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of substantially of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for the value of copyrighted work. So in other words, the reason they copyright you is for the trailer or the movie. And you respond is, we made it transformative in no way. Like I got hit for Witcher season 4, right? So in evaluation, the purpose and the character of the use transformative uses, those that added something new with further purpose of different characters are more likely to be considered fair. Here, the pausing, discussion, commentary, and criticism are clearly transformative. Our over 14-minute reaction of The Witcher season 4 clip during our 3-hour live stream would in no way be sought as a replacement of the original show. So you got to word it to, I made it transformative, and in no way would it be seen as a replacement for the show or the trailer. And I've beaten Netflix every time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to especially when it hit the meme zeitgeist. It hit the meme zeitgeist. It's still going. I had to stick it into my to my top 5. And that was an executive decision. Usually the top 5 is done. We have what I have is the crew, everybody from FNT, and then I hit up Mahler and Drinker, and they give me their top 5, and then Lady Groovemaster runs this formula. I will tell you, Superman damn near made the list. That would have been funny. It got so close. Drinky Crow for 50. Says happy Jew year. Mazel tov, brother. Mazel tov. Dirk Diggler, 1961 for 10 Australian dollars. The cut to black to tease Steve's death sucked. Can't believe they did it again after the last season. I know. And Like, didn't it feel like they did it as a thing? They're like, we need to do the fake out Steve death every season. It was definitely, oh God, it was made for secondary viewing. So secondary viewing, if you're not aware, is a real thing. I think it's even a term that was developed by Netflix. They definitely studied it, and then they talked about it in their quarterly earnings call. So they go, secondary viewing has, and you know what it reminds me of? Scrooged. When Robert Mitchum goes up to Bill Murray and goes, do you know how many cats and dogs watch television? And how that was a parody and how insane that sounds? Well, now we're making television for people who turn it on in the background and vacuum or look at their phone. And they're not just making special programming for that. That goes into all the programming. And I'm sure it makes writers go crazy, but with fewer places to work, what choice do they have? But secondary viewing. How are civilians breaking into military bases 24/7? See, I know Jeremy mentioned this, and I don't blame him. He didn't like the Russia stuff. Here's why I liked the Russia stuff, as kooky as it was, especially in season 4. It put the adults on a separate adventure. And then you have the kids sneaking around, and they could occasionally maybe sneak into a base because they're kids. They're not going to be noticed, and they're not going to face the consequences as an adult, so they're more likely to be reckless and do it. And once in a while, but now they're straight up just going in the upside down. Apparently that air is not toxic anymore, and infiltrating bases with ease. That was kind of like in one battle after another when they infiltrated an ice facility with ease. Most places aren't the Minnesota Police Department. You know what I'm saying? I read that one. Happy New Year, Gary, and the fellowship. I am Insanity. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year. It's Happy New Year. We're all busy streaming. We are officially in 2026. What's up, everybody? What's up? Happy New Year to you all. I hope you're all having fun tonight. Bonesaw is ready for $5. Says, who are more incompetent showrunners, D&D or the Duffers? D&D. 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 They had the biggest show in the world. The biggest show in the world. The pinnacle of television. An epic fantasy series that everybody was, normies were watching. There were watch parties in bars every Sunday. There was a whole, what's the term for it? There was a whole economy based on like videos showing reactions at bars. And I watched them all. I loved them. There was there still are multiple lore channels. Some of them are still pretty good. Talking Thrones is pretty good. In Deep Geek gets into the book stuff. David Lightbringer's out there doing a lot of the book stuff. There was tons of channels based on the show. You don't see that with Stranger Things. But Stranger Things is probably the last show that's a cultural phenomenon. But D&D worse. Thank you for the $4.99, Quentin. Ken B says, not as bad as Game of Thrones season 8, but bad use of time. Linda Hamilton plot was time that could have been spent on Vecna, Henry backstory, Philadelphia experiment subplot would have rocked. It totally would have. I would have much rather have seen that. Tony H85, Zack Snyder's Watchmen Ultimate Cut is a fucking masterpiece. Fight me. And I don't even like the guy. I won't fight you because I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I've gone back and watched that a lot. And dude, that opening is unbelievable. 1 hour to make sure all ties are good, 12 minutes for a final battle, and 45 minutes to show they're fine. Noah and 11 are still alive. And through the Gen X in a speech, can we just walk away? Says Coopster for $10. Yeah, the final battle was 12 minutes against a kaiju on a different planet. No acknowledgement from the military, and they would have known about it because Brenner is the one who essentially accessed that wormhole. I think somebody used the term create. I think it was more accessed. I guess the Russians just didn't care. I guess they just gave up too, like the military did. Fruit of mystery. 3 Beer Thunder for $49.99. Tail brother. Didn't bother to watch. I bet it ended with 11's hand in the air yelling, "Happy New Year to all," as an oil field heavy hauler landman is still the #1 comedy of the year. I promise you, I don't doubt you for 1 minute. I'm sure people who work in the industry fucking laugh their ass off at that show, but I still love it. I still love it. But I'm sure it is just pure fantasy. Okay, 3 Bear Thunder. I know nothing about being a landman or drilling oil, but I'm guessing his kid hitting 6 wells in a row, I mean, it is impossible. I'm guessing it's impossible. We always hunt hogs next to the product tanks and stand around H2s waiting. I know. I did wonder about that. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's private property, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let some people just be fucking firing shit near a well. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 Beer Thunder. Is there and there has to be some kind of security there, like a camera or something. If somebody goes to fuck with the well, you guys would know about it. Vecna should have gone full Vader redemption arc. It looked like, I don't know. I wanted him to just be evil. I just wanted to know more about him. Because I've watched the series a lot. And I can't tell you, I succinctly know what his plan was. He wanted to reshape another world. He wanted to use children as vessels and also to help empower the merging of planets. How do children help you with that? So he was taking the children and infusing them with the dark power of the Mind Flayer. But how does that work exactly? And what was his vision? Or was it the Mind Flayer just fucking with him to get access to this world? You know what it needed? It needed some old scribe. They went to some old used bookstore and they talked to a bookstore owner who's a little weird, old guy, but he's really into the occult conspiracy. They go to an occult bookstore and he finds some old book of some old tales that explain past experiences where people have brushed up against the Mind Flayer or whatever you want to call it. And you could even treat that scene like an H.P. Lovecraft book, which The Call of Cthulhu is just a guy writing down the account of what happened. Right? A scene like that would have helped to give us a little back. Murray, have Murray do it. Somebody give a little background on like, oh, there's this, You know what I would like to see instead of fucking Robin everywhere and Lucas's little sister? I would have loved to have seen a final battle where Eddie's uncle gets to get some fucking justice. Or he gets to battle something. I would have rather have seen that. Christy B. Skyert for $4.99. Thank you, Chrissy, sorry. I just completely butchered that. 5 seasons and Vecna gets beat 15 minutes in a 2-hour finale. Yep. Wild. Was looking at my watch going, what the fuck? There's an hour left still? Was waiting for a twist. So was I, Chrissy. Don't touch that. That's pure concentrated evil. Great movie, Time Bandits. Time Bandits is fucking great. It's in my top 10 of all time. I watched that as a kid and it blew my fucking mind. It felt like watching a dream. And Gilliam is so good at that. Gilliam, when he is on his game and left alone, he is the Salvador Dali of directing. He's one of my favorite directors, obviously. But Time Bandits, brilliant. Brazil, brilliant. Baron Munchausen, fucking brilliant. Love that movie. Completely flopped. Love that movie. The Fisher King is unbelievable. 12 Monkeys. He had a good run. But Time Bandits is his best. I have the map. I have and it's not just a printed out version. It is worn out. It's got little stains on it. It's awesome. It's a full prop. Give me the map. We kind of forgot about the Demigorgons. Dan and Dave Duffer says pens for life. Thank you for the $2. Vance Tudor for $19.99. Ryan Kinnell can explain why the Lucas and Max relationship always ends bad. No comment. Duffers don't have a ball between them. Says Jim for $2. Yeah, I mean, they're not as effeminate as other stuff I've watched. Because they could certainly get it out of Hopper, but man, outside of Hopper, there isn't a man in the show. This season, anyway. Dan and Dave deserve an apology. Season 8 wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was. Dogo, I appreciate your super chat. I appreciate the $1.99. It was that bad. The only thing they don't deserve an apology from the fans. They should have saw their show through. They were getting burned out. And if you're getting burned out, delegate. Find somebody else. Be an EP. Find somebody else because it's your legacy. And they're finding that out now. They're finding that out. But the only person who owes them an apology is not the fucking fans. And it's not HBO who wanted more. It's George. George probably owes them an apology. I'll side with you there. They stole that from the movie Hudson Hawk. Oh, God. It's been a while. I'd like Hudson Hawk. I actually own it, but I haven't seen it in a long time. 1980, height of the Cold War. Jonathan, capitalism bad. I know, like in the Reagan era, dude. You're in the fucking Reagan era. It's later in the Reagan era, but it's still the Reagan era. It's still the Reagan era. Linda Hamilton had a character. No one told her that. I mean, she did not have a character. She was playing a dude. She was playing antinatalist Sarah Connor, but worse. Man, she's fucked up her legacy. Remember how much respect we all had for Terminator 2? And then she would be the go-to. It's like, you give me that strong female character shit. Yeah, we had some great ones. We had Ripley and we had Sarah Connor. Oh, Never mind. Give me just a minute. Just a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. I am back. Apologies. All right. Military can't take down a pack of demogorgons, but kids with hand weapons take down an interdimensional kaiju. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh my God, I know. Okay. So I haven't liked any of this season at all. I've liked character bits, but like no episode is good. And I agree with Mahler's assessment. I'm sure he's going to tell you more on Saturday during EFAP, and I will be there. I'll be talking a lot about Stranger Things next few days. Argument can be made that there's actually the episodes are just as bad in part one. You can take the gay stuff out, kind of hard because they made it integral to the show, but you could take the gay stuff out and it's still bad. But in the beginning of the finale, I was kind of with it. I'm like, okay, everything's moving. So let's do this. Let's go. Maybe they rally. But when they get to Joyce being on the fucking planet doing nothing and fucking Rambo Nancy fighting a goddamn interdimensional kaiju on a different planet. And when they get to a different planet, they kind of go, wow, we're on a different planet. And Lucas goes, suck it, Armstrong. Let's do this. Now, I know the military does not deserve any trust. But you think somebody might have slipped him a note going, guys, it's not 11 doing all this shit. There is something in this dimension. All those demogorgons you're fighting, there's something controlling them. Maybe take a shot at it. Just take a crack at it. Yeah, the logic, it didn't exist. The only entertaining thing Hollywood can do in 2026 is go on strike again, and hopefully for a longer time. This sounds abysmal. Says, Bonesaw is ready. Well, they might. I'd say it's 50-50 right now, but I got an email from a friend who is in the Film Actors Guild, and he showed me their little letter that they're going to be working on another contract. That's right. They're looking for a longer one this time. Don't know if they're going to get a 5-year contract. They're looking for a 5-year contract. Now, I don't know if the WGA will go on strike with them, but we'll see. How in the hell 11 know that Vecna was inside the spider? She felt him. Noah Sanchez, she felt it. I don't know. Nancy looking like Ripley and Rambo was stupid. Yes. 100%. Fantastic, Mr. Knox. Thank you for the $2 Australian. Samuel Lariton for $19.99 says, didn't let the guys or the boys do anything of consequence. Mom was a ninja. Rambo Nancy had to keep the lame dude the whole time to semi-justify the mom's previous desire to cheat. Steve did nothing. Will gay. Communism good. Yep. Yeah, they went full Netflix towards the end. They went full Netflix towards the end. Girls get it done. Yawn. Glad it's over. Just noticed producer credit last FNT. Thanks, Gary. Ah. High Speed Driller. Thank you. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank you. Did the lesbian couple start beating each other yet? Eric, I know you asked this earlier, but I did mention that while they're on the roof having that stupid fucking retarded speech, that Robin said that she had an overbearing significant other, which meant she was getting beaten regularly. Gene Neck, Happy New Year's, everybody. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. Doggo says, Will's coming out scene was better than the finale. You know, it was, because it was funnier. Doggo. So Holly was put here to waste me 2 to 3 hours of my time for her to guide 11 kids to the woods in a man cave. And Brother Robin went from 10 to a 0. Yeah. Well, I don't know if she was a 10. I'm going to say Mia Hawke was definitely cute. She was cute. I wouldn't put her in the altar on anywhere hot. She's really young though, so it's hard for me to. She was cute, but she's looking haggard. But her parents are her dad is Ethan Hawke, so she's a Hollywood kid. She's a Nepo baby. Zeddy says, I was happy that Steve and Dustin got happy endings. They did. Wish they'd done a lot more with those characters, but yeah, they were consistently the best thing in the show. Not given enough to do. This season, what's up? Real life fake wizard. What's up, brother? How you doing? Thank you for the $5. This season was an empty whole wheat bread sandwich because Will took all the meat. Oh. Subscribe to Wheel. It's a little late, brother. Sorry. Real life fake wizard. It's a channel on YouTube. Highly recommend it. Go give him a sub if you so choose. You will be entertained with his wit and his insight. Thank you. Win X the Pooh for $4.99. What happened to the demon dogs and other creatures that should have lived in the abyss? There was nothing else there except the Mind Flayer and Vecna. Now, maybe we all missed some throwaway fucking line in a show that wanted to over-explain a cockamamie plan where they stole benzos, where the lesbo stole the benzo to knock out dipshit Derek's family so he could possibly connect them with Holly's imaginary friend. But they can't explain what happened to the Demogorgons, the bats, the dogs. I'm telling you, the only fucking thing at the end that makes sense in this show is Jonathan being a commie. And I will die on this hill. He is gayer than Will. Drew Hernandez. What's up, my brother? Thank you for the $9.99. I was fucking laughing when Will's happy ending was a gay bar. In my video, I'm gonna have you can't put songs in that long, but I gotta do gay bar. I got something to put in you at the gay bar. Hail, Drew. You're probably getting in some trouble out there, aren't you? You're always getting into trouble. That's what we like about you, Drew. Maverick Brown for $2 in the 80s in a gay bar. Dahmer, run, Will. He was white. She'll be fine. In 1989, Will dies of AIDS because he listened to Anthony Fauci. Oh, Monolicious. Savage. And Will died of AIDS right before Magic Johnson found the cure. Remember when Magic Johnson had AIDS? I'll never forget the press conference because I was in county jail, and I was in a receiving unit. Not that kind of receiving unit. No, the kind where they receive you into the fucking jail. And just like in the movies, there was a TV there with the news on, and we were all watching it. It's like, Magic Johnson takes it in the pooper? Nah. Now, if there's a conspiracy out there that he doesn't have it, and the conspiracy was that if he accepted certain amount of money, that he would say he had it to lessen the stigma. Because I tell you, I've known people who had AIDS, and what's his age right now? He's 66. Okay. Sorry. So of the people I have known who were older, who had AIDS and were on the cocktail, it usually stops working in the 60s. Now, Magic Johnson is one of the richest men alive and a billionaire. So maybe it's fine. Maybe he just gets his blood traded out. Who knows? Maybe he gets quick access. Drew's here to adrenochrome. He knows what I'm talking about. I don't know. But of the friends I've had with AIDS who are older, they're all dead because the cocktail is really hard on your body and it stops working. It's kind of like hepatitis B. You know, there's a drug that can keep you going for a good long while, and then eventually it stops and your organs just stop. So yeah. But he also is the richest man alive. And for a while in San Francisco, not to get too real with you, it got the cocktail was working so well that the gay community thought it was a good idea to just go out there and do that unprotected thing again. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Not a good idea. Jackson Cagle's been a member for 21 months. Eddie lives. Eddie had the best exit of the series, maybe. And he died. Proper 80s ending. Mark Harmon giving Will AIDS. There's going to be a lot of that, dude. The Will getting AIDS memes have only begun because they decided to give him his happy ending in a gay bar in the 80s, in the height of AIDS. The bummer for me was the fan theories, for the most part, were way better than the show they did it. And I was holding out hope with 45 minutes to go for a twist, but it was all send-offs, says Sean Brewer for 1999. And that is really lately quite often the case. I was seeing some fan theories that were discussed on X that were pretty good. And as soon as I read them, I think Disbrew commented on one going, yeah, this ain't fucking happening. You've given it way too much thought. It ain't fucking happening. But yeah, the fan theories were better. But how many shows has that happened recently? Happened with recently? Derpa. Is it Derp? Pollard or Derpa? I'm going to say Derpa because it's easier for me, for 20 Australian dollars. Running behind. So sorry if you've already mentioned. We're talking about one show tonight, so probably lots of repetition, kind of like the season. If each swing was for a different person, Vecna got. Was there a swing for Jason getting ripped in half? I don't think so. There was a swing for Barb. There's a swing for Bob. There's a swing for Eddie. There's a swing for a couple swings for Will, getting taken as a kid. I don't think so. Should have been. Noons. The lovely Noons. And her doggo. How you doing, lady? Happy nearly New Year, Gary. Well, now it's New Year. Sorry it took so long. Guess I won't be watching the finale of Stranger Things. Why do they do this shite? See you in the new year. Hail the fellowship. I hope to see you. Well, I'll see you next year, lady. In Japan. In Japan. Maybe sooner. Oh, wait. No, maybe sooner. I don't want to put that on blast, but maybe sooner. Hope you're doing well. Hope your family's doing well. Your mom, your brother. Give them my best. Give them my best. But yeah, maybe sooner. You know, the main reason why Hollywood is not doing it good is because they are doing quantity over quality, comic fan. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even with production reduced to record lows right now, they are still producing more shows and movies than they ever have in the past. But the quality to quantity ratio used to be much higher. You know, I'm sure, remember the days where there'd be a year of movies coming out and there would be, probably 10 you were looking forward to, you know, at minimum, like total normie who is not into this stuff at all would have 5 movies they're looking forward to and 5 TV shows. Now we struggle. I've got 3 movies I'm genuinely looking forward to. Can't wait to see them opening day, which are Dune 3, Odyssey, Project Hail Mary. The superhero movie, the lone superhero movie I'm looking forward to is Spider-Man, but it could totally shit the bed. Shows I'm looking forward to, that's a little more difficult. One Piece, Night of the Seven Kingdoms, Gentleman Season 2. Oh, it's not that hard. Landman, which is still going, but we'll get another season. Tulsa King. Yeah, a lot more shows I'm looking forward to. Clarkson's Farm. Oh my God, how can I pick Clarkson's Farm in a couple months, everybody? In a couple months. Well, what do I think a good finale for Dexter would be? That would take some thought, Justin, but definitely not what they did in the finale. I watched the anime called Redline instead. It was awesome. I had a BMX bike. It was a Redline. Some of the oldsters out there know what I'm talking about. Redlines were awesome. It's chrome. It was awesome. Imagine if Cannonball Run and One Piece had a love child 20 years ago. If you told me I think Japanese anime is better than Hollywood, I would say you were nuts. Bubba Doom, thank you for being a member for 37 months. There was a time not too long ago where if you told me that, I would have said, get the hell out of here, homo. But no, it is. It is. It objectively is. Just the little I have seen, it is. Why have you been suppressing Andor? I only found out how good it was because critics were putting season 2 on the top show of 2025. You should have covered it. Sebastian Howard, 3304 for $5. I did on Friday Night Tights. We discussed it quite a bit, actually. I'll tell you what. I can recognize that Andor is the highest quality thing Disney Star Wars has done. And I think the Empire bits are kind of 10 out of 10. I think they're really, the Empire bits are what I was expecting Disney was going to do with Star Wars. Grow it up a little bit, make it a little more sophisticated, along with the generation that grew up, and then we can bring more people in because you don't need to dumb thing down for kids. Right. And I think the other half of it is typical Disney trash. The lesbians don't need to be in the show at all. The titular character is the worst character. He's worst. He's boring, utterly boring, no charisma. So while I think there are excellent elements in it and some pretty great acting from some people, mostly from the Empire side, like when they were in the, the prison with Andy Serkis, that was fucking cool. Right. But then there's, there's typical Disney stuff that takes me right out of it. So I'm mid on it at best. And I could give a shit about Star Wars. My love for something that I've loved most of my life is fucking gone, is completely gone. But Mahler loves it. The EFAP crew absolutely loves it. So yeah, you should watch it if you like it. You're right, Gary. A Michael Pear / Philadelphia Experiment movie would be interesting connection for inevitable sequel prequel shows. It would be all you would have to do, and they did it a little bit, right? So they touched on MK Ultra, but just go down that conspiracy highway. Just go listen to some old Art Bell shows, and you will have ideas for TV. Fuck, what do you think X-Files did? Happy New Year, you jolly gay fellows. Happy New Year, gay boys. Thank you for the $5. Team Hawkins deleted scores of U.S. military, got no punishment, yet 1,500 J6 journal tourists got 4 years isolation. Yeah. There's a lot of fatherless kids thanks to Hopper alone in season 5. Vecna feels like a page 13 Freddy Krueger. He's not scary anymore, but he's also not funny and quippy. Or PG-13. Why did I say page 13? A PG-13. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Sebastian. I butchered that. Yeah. I don't think you want to make him quippy, but he could certainly. He was very one-dimensional. Very one-dimensional. And the only time he started showing any emotion at all was when he was in that cave. And Jamie Campbell Bower can act. He's a good actor. Stranger Things been bad longer than it was good. Happy New Year. It's got more bad seasons than good. It's got 2 good seasons out of 5. Happy New Year, everyone. Gary, I'm disappointed by your top 6 Hollywood disaster video and why there was no Gun Superman and Mickey. Both were shit. Mickey didn't make it the vote. Mickey was shit. Mickey was shit. I'm sorry I disappointed you, Jack Sparrow, for 100 yen. But it's not all my vote, and Superman almost made the list. It got so close. It got so close. But it came down to okay, what's worse? Doctor Who or Superman? Doctor Who. What's worse? Black Snape or Superman? Black Snape. What's worse? Captain African American or Superman? Captain African American was worse. Ironheart was definitely worse, and Snow White was worse. Now, could I have slipped it in and dishonorable mentions? Maybe. But thanks for watching, Jack. I appreciate you. And Mickey was shit. Mickey was shit, but it didn't get enough votes. Just got here. Have you covered the bundle of sticks coming out while looking like a bigger bundle of sticks? Well, I've covered, you mean the most memeable moment when the world is ending at the penultimate episode? We will continue to cover it. We have covered. I will cover it in my review video because yes, I'm doing a full review video of Stranger Things season 5. It's going to take I think it's going to take a couple days to make though. That's going to take a little time. Hopefully we're shooting for Sunday or Monday. I got a bunch of work on it today that I have not given to Garrett yet, but I will. But we've got New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And my intention was to work on it tomorrow. And then I decided differently. I'm like, it's a holiday tomorrow. I'm going to hang out with the fam. Hail, chat, and stream. Happy New Year. Did this show end as Game of Thrones with the season 8, or was it more like Lost? That they didn't explain shit and they are all dead. Hail, Azengary. Zoltan. I would say the ending was closer to, it wasn't like Lost. It was like Lost in the way they didn't explain shit as far as the Upside Down and the Abyss were concerned. I guess that would be similar. I think they created their whole new category of, what would you say this finale shit the bed, guys? I would say yes. Rakausa for $9.99. Happy New Year to all the friends of Bill W. Right out there. Crossing another day sober. Another day. I just hit 12 years. 4 days ago. Just hit 12 years. Yeah, 12 years ago. It was I don't know if it's still out there or not. Pens fan for life for 50. It's Happy New Year from the East Coast. And Happy New Year from the Central Time Zone. And I think the irrelevant time zone, Mountain, is just about to hit a new year. Just kidding, Mountain. A little bit. Yeah, I don't know if it's still out there or not, but technically, I don't think it was on this channel, but technically, the first podcast I did prior to the one I recorded with Dennis in the Starbucks, the fateful podcast I recorded in the Starbucks at West Portal in San Francisco. You're from San Francisco, you know what Starbucks I'm talking about, which was technically the first podcast for this channel, which was in early January of 2014. But before that, my son and I recorded a review of Time of the Doctor. I'll have to see if that's still around. But it wasn't on this channel. Happy New Year, Az. He's still out there. And Gary in the chat. And X-Ray Girl, if she's off the stage. I didn't forget her this time, Gary. It's okay, right? She's in bed. X-Ray Girl goes to bed she's an old lady. She goes to bed at 9. Unless she's up partying tonight. Unless she's drinking. Then it's a different story. Gary, G's for G is for G Ramser. He ate all the breadsticks at the Olive Garden. Suffa Amfest. I don't know what I just read, but thank you. Iconic roar off screen. Then the goat of cinema shows up. Godzilla starts ass whooping the Mind Flayer. How's that as for a twist? Sorry, I'm sort of biased. Godzilla, it's all gay. It's okay. Did I just say it's all gay? Man, I've been watching too much Stranger Things. It's okay. Dan Vicious for $2. Why are all the ball drops so gay? Christ is king. The show turned gay. Season 3 has shown MF particles were Mind Flayer particles were inert without Portal. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. But the portal was open, but they weren't like paying attention to that all the time, right? But it has. You're right. Buford T. Justice has gifted 10 Nerdrotic membership for $50. Thank you, Buford. Thank you. Ordea Hodams for 5 British pounds, proper money. If the kaiju is the source of all the powers, if it's dead, shouldn't they lose all their powers? Could have explained why the military can no longer use L. Maybe they could have explained so much, but instead of, I don't know, sitting around and explaining how Hopper and the team were allowed to go after seeing highly classified information and Hopper killed 50 men, I don't know, at least 20. And maybe within that conversation, they could have gone, well, we knew about, like, do something like we knew about Vecna and the Mind Flayer, and we didn't want to do anything about it because we thought we could control it or weaponize it. Something. No, they just left. They just left. We started the finale in 2025 and ended in 2026. Even my normie missus said, there's still another 40 minutes. What the hell? Wrap it up. The only good thing was it ended with the kids playing D&D. Happy New Year. Yeah, the kids together. I mean, what it did is it showed where they fucked up, Duke Devil. But you're right. Like, when the kids were together, it was still good. The chemistry's still there. Remember, there's only one season of Stranger Things. Many will start saying that, including myself. I had not seen any Stranger Things since season 1. Just watched the most recent Red Letter Media video. Why did they replace all the cast face with lumpy claymation? Von Kreck. I gotta see the Red Letter Media's year finale. Gotta see that. Excuse me, I gotta choke. Some water. That's better. Just saw T2, so Skynet makes itself, huh? Says Dr. Trips. Dark Schwartz Rising for $99.99. Hail, brother. Thank you. 2025, we barely knew ye, and ye kind of sucked. In all seriousness, thank you, Gary and Az, for the laughs. You guys rock. Hail. Hail. Hail to you. Yeah, 2025, good riddance. Is she gone or is she here? Take her 610 for $2. Is she gone or is she here? Which Arkham game is the best and why? Happy New Year. Movie erotic for $2. It's oh yeah, because I'm such a gaming expert. It is Arkham Asylum is the best one. Or Arkham City. I have one. I have both of them. What's the one that was chat? What's the one that was 3D that you can get on the PS3? I think that was Arkham City, right? City. Okay. That's the one I have. I have a 3D TV downstairs, and it's the only 3D game I have. But yeah, Asylum was Asylum. Were they both 3D? Maybe they were. Asylum was considered the best, or City's considered the best? I mean, Jeremy could answer this right now, but Stranger Things is just a gay bootleg of Mighty Max. City is the best. So I got the duality of man. Asylum is the OG. City is the best. City is. City. How that is blasphemy, Corey. How dare you impugn my honor as a gamer? I will not stand for it. City is considered the best, but Night is the best. Heresy, I say. All of them. They all look fucking awesome, dude. They all look awesome. I have 1/6 scale figures from them. They're very good. Happy New Year, Gary. Let 2026 rock in the good way. God, I hope it does for everybody. I hope Congress and the Senate just work everything out and weed out all the corruption. And everybody, like Az said, everybody gets arrested, including the politicians. And our government shrinks to the size that it was in 1820. No more income tax, property tax, none of that shit. Beak, did you see that Raimi Spider-Man figure? Where? Did you send it to me on in the email or Twitter? Which one? I have all of them. What one do I not have? No, I have all of them. Unless they have a new one. And there's probably a new one. They've been remaking them like crazy. Thank you, Jose Taco. It's either the La Train or the 1A train for $5. Maybe the Stranger Things writers can make a movie where Will's gayness stops Vecna and 9/11. Happy New Year, everyone. Well, there's always a sequel. There's a scene where Vecna said, I can only make so many, and then killed a demo to reuse the material. Oh, wait, never mind. That was Blade Runner 2049. Don't call it art for $5. Will still has his powers as far as we know, by the way, so L's sacrifice means absolutely nothing in the long run. The feds can just go after Will. Movie Force official for $5. Thank you. I'm more one season than you, queer. $2. So Will ends up in Milwaukee. They must be laying the ground for a work for that Jeffrey Dahmer crossover. Oh, that's duh. That's why they're get the fuck out of there. It's Milwaukee. Netflix, always thinking outside the box. Holy shit. It took me this long to put it together. So he was in Milwaukee. Dahmer's going to be there. Gary, have you heard of a series of unfortunate events? Yes, I have. One of my favorite mystery series also. Happy New Year. Hail to the fellowship and chat. I have. Jim Carrey was in a movie. Person of Interest had a top tier ending. It did. It did. Very good. Very good show. So you think Paramount has no chance of owning Warner Brothers? I think, Mikey, they are reviewing the offer again now that Daddy came in. I'm blanking on the last name now. Daddy came in. Daddy Ellison came in and backed a lot of his son's money. But the problem is it's still not 100%. So even though it's more, that money is not liquid. It is like Netflix is just offering. So it's like me. And you'll have to get to the financial analyst to know this for sure. But the way I read it is Netflix, like you're buying a house here in Texas, Mikey, and you're from California and you're a cash buyer. That's going to trump, unless the offer is exorbitant, that's going to trump even somebody who has a little better offer, but that has to be backed by a mortgage and you have to go through the 30-day minimum. 30-day process of escrow, and it might go tits up. And if the cash buyer is close enough, you get cash. You don't have to go through any of that shit. You deposit something in the bank, done. Sign some papers, done. I'm sure it makes it a little easier. So I think Netflix still has the edge. Paramount, both Paramount and Netflix face regulatory scrutiny. And I don't know who's that's favored, but Paramount still has a chance though, Mikey. And I think Paramount would be a little bit better than Netflix, but not as much, Not much better as people are saying. But it would be better than, like, I would rather have Paramount owning DC Comics than just on the comic side, Mikey, than Netflix. Hail, Mikey. Happy New Year. Old Toby, the finest weed in South Farthing. Ah. Hail. Happy New Year. Can't wait for your take on STRFLAC. What is that? I don't know what that is. I'd be happy to give you my take on it, whatever that is. Starfleet Academy? Is that what it is? Okay, yeah. Starfleet Academy. I will be covering all of it. Yeah, it's Starfleet Academy. Thank you, Grand Elf. I mean, you could have just gone with STA, but it works. We got there, buddy. We got there. Starfleet Academy reviews coming up a couple weeks. Well, that finale sucked. Put on Fellowship to end the year on something good. Oh, hail, Rob the Builder. Kind words. Can we start the countdown to Starfleet Academy 14 days from now, the day after my birthday? Thank you, Kurtzman, for this gift. My DS9 watch buddies and I got marshmallows for the roasting. Duke Devil, let's go. Yeah, this in Strange New Worlds final season, I think that's it for Kurtzman. I think that's it. ACC for 20 Norwegian krona. From the chat, does top become bottom in the upside down? Yes. And front becomes back. First time caller, long time listener. Thank you. 2025 is gone, and so is my cancer. Oh, dude. 11 months. Thanks for taking the hit and watching and sharing with us. It's really no trouble. If I watched it, I might have decided to keep cancer. Teen Nerds. Yeah. I got to tell you, some stuff I watch makes me miss prison, brother. So there you go. Happy New Year, Gary from Rombo for $10. Happy New Year to you. Thank you. Nanbo became the show's worst nightmare. Nanbo. Says Brian Madonna. When Robin did her coming out, no one reacted like this, so I don't understand the drama. In the other hand, everyone knew that Will was gay since season 1 or 4. Yeah, the drama, Mate Kearley for 1,000 Huffington Posts. The drama is, okay, there's different factions. There is the people who weren't really watching the show reacting to a coming out scene thinking it had just gone gay. So there's that side. Then there's the faction of the shippers that were upset that Will came out as gay, but he's not going to be with Michael, right? So there's that side that's upset. And then there's, I think, the rest of humanity who saw that they waited until the penultimate episode and decided to stop the end of the world so characters who weren't even involved in Will's life could stand around and watch some staged, pandering, overcooked coming out scene that was just fucking awful. And it was done purely to virtue signal. So that's, I think that's where the most of the criticism, and they're right. It's absolutely right. Will's coming out scene should have been earlier in the season, and it should have been an intimate moment between 2 or 3 of his friends. I have so many questions still, like season 1 with Will running from the demo and the door locks like it was Vecna or 11. So many plot holes. Yeah. Well, I think they're just going to say that was Vecna now. or Vecna's power through the demo. But then if he could do that, why did he do that all the time? Good questions. Why did there have to be so much crying? What the fuck? It's a thing. There's so much fucking crying. As my wife pointed out, in the final scene, when they're like, I believe Elle is still alive, and everybody's crying, Melissa, the hairdresser from San Francisco, said, the only person, this is the 80s, the only person crying would be the gay guy. Mate is a big Disney Hollywood defender, says Doge. Everybody's welcome here. It's all good. But I am not a defender. I want Hollywood to survive. I like Hollywood. The idea of Hollywood and what it used to be, very much so. But they have lost the ability to make things they have lost their balance. Whatever balance they had, which was barely there, they have completely lost it. And Disney could burn to the fucking ground tomorrow, and I think the world would be a better place. But I'd like to see Hollywood change and get better. And I think some of it will, but it won't be enough. To be honest, I anticipated a worse cliffhanger. Grant that they hopefully will not make a spinoff. # praying to God. Love from Norway. Right back at you, Sarah. I think we're going to get a spinoff, though. Might be a couple years, but I think we're going to get one. Yeah, I don't think it's open that Elle's alive. I think they made that pretty clear. Thank you, Sarah. Hope things are well in Norway. Shadow has become a new member. Thank you and welcome. Long last name is gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you very much. And Larry J602 is gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Happy New Year. Just saw it. Dude, it was shitty. Painfully shitty. Happy New Year, Gary. All the best. Happy New Year to you, Bensai. It was not good. Net Pricks presents Stranger Dongs, Free Willy. That's the spinoff. Sarah, that's the name of your spinoff. The Duffer Brothers would now like to be known as the Duffers. Happy New Year from the UK. You never know. Man, what happened to the Wachowskis? No, I don't mean like I know what happened to them after The Matrix, but what happened to them before that? Something had to bring that on. Was it the pressures of Hollywood? I know they didn't do a bunch of interviews before, and I know they kind of came out of nowhere. Right? Because they did Bound. I don't know what they did before Bound, but they did Bound, which was really good. Lesbian adventure, mob adventure, well directed. Then the Matrix comes out. They become uber superstar directors. Did they just party too hard? Were they unstable mentally, and then they were in a position where nobody's saying no to them, and whatever drug or vice they wanted, it was delivered on a silver plate, probably for free at any time, and it just broke them. They met P. Diddy, fried their brains, because there's no way two brothers trans. That's like getting struck by lightning. I'm sorry I use this analogy a lot, but I think it works. That's like getting struck by lightning twice on your way to winning a lottery you didn't play. In a completely different state. It's very odd, chat. It's Hollywood, baby. Does anyone else wonder what happened to Vicky, Robin's friend? Oh, apparently not, Sarah. Not mentioned. Like her girlfriend, right? Not like she gets message. She talks about having a partner at the end, but like there's no resolution with her. We get to see the science teacher at the graduation, but we don't know what happened to him because they got caught by the military. But it feels like to me there is a lot on the cutting room floor. I also heard that they were editing this right up until the last minute, and it shows. Thank you, Sarah, for the 59 Norwegian krona. K none or no one? Can no one? For $99.99. $99 says in 20 years that the planet is still around, that when Stranger Things cast careers have tanked, they'll reboot this crap and we'll find out 11 was alive the whole time and some new gay threat will come out. Might be literally gay at this point. No, it would be a threat to the gay. Not a gay threat, a threat to the gay. Cheers, champ. May you all have success in 2026. May you have success. Thank you. No, I wouldn't be surprised at all in 10 years if the cast reunites and they're aged up and it is 1999. And oh God, it's 1999 and it's leading up to the millennium. I wouldn't be surprised. Norwegian Kryptonian has been a member for 72 months. Happy New Year. You deserve applause for that. Holy mackerel. Thank you. Merry New Year. Stranger Things sucks. Did you check out Mario Build Reps yet? I have. Decky, I have. Good channel. Good channel. Thank you. Duffers are less masculine than the Wachowskis. Dark Schwartz Rising for $19.99. Ooh. Did you see that last Matrix movie? Well, that was only one of them, though. Do they still have their balls? Merry New Year. Not exactly on topic. It's okay here. But have you seen the 30s Babylon 5 Christmas outtake? Awesome example of Catsalis and Jurassic chemistry. I have not seen that. I will look it up. I love Babylon 5 so much. I rewatch it pretty much once a year. Oh yeah, just for discretion of Purple Rain, they should go to some gay hell. just for desecration of Purple Rain. Yeah. Ooh, that song is a banger, dude. And the way they edited it up and where they put it. No, this was when Purple Rain came out. I was early on in my like punk rocker phase, and I was super cool. So I didn't listen to pop music or anything, but damn, I bought that album, played the shit out of it. It was Purple Rain, fucking banger. So good. Miss Prince. You guys hear the sound of the ejected round when Hopper shot his revolver at Vecna? Oh, I didn't. Lord Torek. I should have. I was listening to it in fucking Atmos. But what was it? I mean, like they one of the things they do is like when a cabinet door opens or when somebody hits a kickstand, they put some extra fucking bass behind it. So I'm gonna put my kickstand down on my bike. Poof. I'm gonna open this cabinet. Poof. I'm gonna put this book down. Poof. You know, to keep the people's attention. It's a thing. I have dreams more intense than Stranger Things. I'd love to send. What are you eating, Kelly? for 70s Ardazes. I'd love to send ideas to actual creatives who can write scripts and make content. Be careful doing that because people will steal them. Maybe try to, like, there's a lot of programs and stuff. Maybe try to work it out yourself. Hold your ideas close. Hold your ideas close because people will thieve them. Man, I made the right call with this trash. I jumped out of season 2, which sucked halfway through. Stranger Things was only good for about 1.5 seasons. Yeah, The Grizzly for $5. Season 2 has a good ending, but I didn't like season 2 for the most part. I love that Superman shield behind your left shoulder. Where did you get it? That right there. Decky, I got that on Sideshow. Sideshow.com. They have a small one, and then I have a bigger one that's over there. So this is the small one. I think it's like $80. They also have one of the old school comic book logo for sale. But yeah, I got it. Sideshow.com. Sideshow.com. I'm sure it's still available. If not, you could probably find it on eBay practically for the same price. Yeah, but they have a larger one that's about this big, and then they have the little one. Happy New Year. Zoran Mandani is unfortunately going to be the first New York City mayor sworn in by the Quran instead of the Bible. Also, he has appointed a lawyer to defend AIQEDAs as New York's top authority. Lofty Pixels prolapsed. Oh, where is Lofty? Hope he's doing okay. Where is Lofty? New York's going to find out what San Francisco already found out with a worse version of London Breed, admittedly. But not that it's happened. I don't know if New Yorkers are 100% aware of what happened to San Francisco in the last 7 years, 5 years, not even 7 years, 5 years. That's your future. That is your future. But you got to understand why he won. I think it's really important to understand why he won. And I can hear you now, chat, and you wouldn't be wrong. Retards. Yes, but you always got to account for retards. Retards are part of life. They're going to be here. We have to deal with them. Woke white women. Okay, same as retards. You got to deal with them. They're going to be around. But he won. For one, there was no real good opposition. And for two, he is offering the gullible masses free stuff in a time where it is really expensive to live in New York. It looks pretty hopeless. And that's entirely due to the previous Democratic administration that people had voted in. So they thought they would vote for a socialist. They think that's some kind of answer because there are a lot of COVID broke a lot of people, but there's a lot of young people who truly believe that if you just price fix, have the government control stuff and tax rich people, they will be able to run a TikTok. Paint. Do nothing. And I absolutely see a day, which sucks, but I think it's going to happen. I think we'll absolutely see a day where, like from The Expanse, we'll get basic income. That's going to happen. It'd be a bad day. It'd be a bad day for a lot of people. But that's how you keep the masses on the dole and you keep them reliant on you. And he won because of the previous Democratic leadership, because there's a lot of young people right now who are looking at home prices and they're like, there's no fucking way I'm going to be able to afford them. Now, I could lecture them all day on how I felt the same way as a kid. That generally doesn't help. And they are home prices and rent going up it's ridiculous at this point. But who set all that up? Who made all that happen? And voting in the same people. So you know what? Sometimes you just got to let people find out. You got to let people find out, and hopefully you survive. Because not everybody could just up and move. Oh, the boomers ruined a lot of, like the true boomers ruined a lot of shit. They did. They kicked the can so far down the road and they fucked generations. You know, my generation didn't help a lot either. I'm proud to be Gen X, you know, but yeah, my generation did its share of fucking the future too. Undeniable. But that's why it was desperation. We can call it ignorance, but like I think it's important to understand. It's a terrible vote. It's a vote that will be very costly in the future. But if you want to keep that from happening in every city in America, you need to understand why people voted that way. I mean, we give Gen Z a lot of shit, but it doesn't hurt to look at things from their perspective. Especially when I got a little Gen Zer. Not so little anymore. Stranger Things season 5 was gay. Thank you. Is it Miju? Mijul? Been a member for 35 months. Thank you. Sorry for butchering your name. I wish before AI complete takeover that we could accept that being just one season, as many series would have been better, if they stayed in the history just with such. Oh, just one season? Remember when the BBC would just do like one season of a show? Or two? It's not a bad idea. But everything's got to be franchised. Sarah, thank you for the 119 Norwegian krona. Soul Eatery for $10. Vecna never used his powers when he was chasing the kids. Nancy is an idiot using useless guns at a Titan, wasting bullets. Everyone should have took turns chopping Vecna. Yep. But man, those bullets and those flares did more damage to the kaiju than they did to the Demogorgons. Worst finale I've ever seen for a franchise. Oh, don't watch Game of Thrones season 8. Thank you for the 199. Soul Eater. If 11 is still alive, why can't she reach Mike through her mind? She just leaves him depressed. Because we're supposed to feel sad, but yet she's empowered. She doesn't need a man. You see the thematically there, it is a woman going on her own and walking away from the patriarchy so that oppressed her for so long so she can find peace. You missed the significance of Robin going to Smith. Smith? Maybe I did. Great lesson. The lesser seasons, the less to explain, period. Yes. I stopped at and thank you, Sarah. I stopped at season 3. They do anything with Russian captive demo? No. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Yes. A company Christmas party, bank heist movie. Yes. Oh, you're preaching to the choir right here. Yes, you are. Gristle McThorn body, 96 for $5. Hail. What did I just watch? That ending was more phoned in than Game of Thrones season 8. Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve. It was phoned in. I ain't gonna argue. That's a good description. Why did the series end on a song from the 70s? Because they wanted to play Heroes, because man, that's never been done. I mean, I love the song. Okay, it's one of my favorite Bowie songs, and I fucking love Bowie. God damn, I miss Bowie. Bowie and Prince, we miss them both. We lost them within a year of each other. Yeah, I would have ended it with an 80s song, especially one from 87. You had a lot to choose from. But they wanted to do We Can Be Heroes. The 90s reference were great. Matrix, Jurassic Park, Titanic, Philadelphia, The Spider from the Wild West. Love your work, Gary. Cheers. Thank you, Zeno. Decky, 1969 is a new member. Welcome. It's a good year. Zero's born. Fauci created HIV in a lab and profited off it. The last 5 years were the sequel. Crystal McThorne body. Yeah, I remember when the people who were praising him were the most critical of him back in the day. I guess they forgot watching the Dallas Buyers Club completely. Lummox or Jancy? What's that? What's a Lummox or Jancy, chat? I don't know what that is. Vegas meetup when? April again. Asked D. Thew. No, it is not April, because MegaCon is not in February this year. It's in March. It's in late March, because it's the one thing about that. Like Comic-Con is roughly around the same time every year, give or take a few days, like a week. It'll switch a week. MegaCon does it by a month, and it's kind of annoying. No, it's really fucking annoying, but I'll deal with it. No, we're moving it to, I believe, August. Back where it originally was. And I can't plan anything until I find out about MegaCon, which I hope is soon, because it is 2.5 months away. It is 2.5 months away. But Ripiverse is going to be there at the con, but the meetup's being planned by Geeks and Gamers crew. Loved your book. Got a copy signed. Oh, thank you. The People's Doc for $9.99. Thank you for the entertainment over the years. Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year to you, and thanks for getting the book. Hope you got something out of it. I've gotten a lot of great feedback, so I really appreciate that. And if you missed it on the pre-sale, it is now available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. It is. Thank you. Gary, you missed the significance of Robin going to Smith College. Oh, yeah. Okay. Which is all women. Wilma Scooby-Doo is a stand-in for Smith College. I gotcha. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why Steve went, oh, I want to go to Smith. Can I go with you? And she's all, you're going because it's just women. Think about that. Why does she want to go to Smith College? Just to get laid? That's so. I thought all the sisters just wanted to be together. Fight the patriarchy. And I don't blame her, by the way. Hail all. I want this new year. Hail all. I want for this new year is to get at least bearable to good movies and shows. Hollywood to keep getting their butts kicked, and Disney to suffer. Mexi Rage, I'm with you. And God, it will be nice. I think we will get a couple of good movies next year. We did this year, but I'd like to see more. And I'd really like to have some good shows to follow. Holy shit, that would be nice. Severance, Pluribus, and Fallout are the best shows of 2025, says Tyler Matthew Harris. I haven't heard many people talk about Fallout. What few I have said they liked the first 2 episodes. I did not like season 1. Not into Severance. Pluribus I watched, and I didn't hate. I thought it was quite engaging. And there's no way I'm going to wait 3 years for a season 2 and care. Not enough happened, but it was well made. I would say best shows of the year by far are Mobland, number 1, Clarkson Farm 4, 1B, Landman, Tulsa King. You could throw Pluribus in there, although I don't think it's great. I feel like I'm missing one. I feel like I'm missing one. Dream Corridor for $5. Why do you think James Gunn is such a large part of the marketing of his own movies? As if he's a well-liked or respected as Nolan or the Russos. That is a very good question, that he has become the face of the DCU. And I would only think that that was probably something that was presented to them by him by Warner Brothers. And I think what he should have done is said, I really need my work to speak for myself. But they're like, no, we want to have, I think Warner Brothers is trying to create another Kevin Feige. So they want a face of the franchise. I think that's what's behind that. And I think James Gunn was all for it because Homeboy's got an ego, a massive ego. Now, I wouldn't put the Russos up on any pedestal at all. Nolan for sure. But yeah, it has not been good for DC. James Gunn being the face of that has been all bad. The less talking, the better. Gristle McThornby for $2. Happy sobriety birthday, Gary. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. 12 years. If you're still in Phoenix, you're the last Space Cowboy territory, sir. Is that Phoenix? If you're still, I'm not still in Phoenix, Last Cowboy. I am home. I am home. Evening and Happy New Year's, Gary. There was one movie that missing from your video, which was Tron Ares, which ruined the Tron series, but Legacy was better. Yeah, I almost put in Tron. I was going to do Tron, Predator, and Alien Earth, and it got too long. It would have been just a sentence, but I did a whole review. The thing is, that thing shit the bed so fucking bad. And it was because of their woke decisions. But it was nowhere near the level of the in my opinion, the stuff that made the list. But the list is meant to be debated. It is meant to be debated. And I see your logic. And it was thought about. And it was voted for. Very much so. It was voted for. Mickey pissed me off with the Trump character. Yeah, I did. Playing by activist Mark Ruffalo may not be Superman, but Mickey should have been added. It flopped fucking hard, Jack. And that Trump allegory at the end was a fucking joke. Was a fucking joke. Don't ever see, oh, dude, Jack, do not see One Battle After Another, because that movie will piss you off. Trump voice. All the Arkham games are the very best. They're all equally excellent. I played them all. I beat them all. I'm the best Arkham player. The best. Quarter Pounder is felted. Jeremy from the Quartering? Oh, yeah. Kino's going after him. Kino's going after him. You just said Quarter Pounder. I'm fucking hungry right now. I know I'm hungry enough to almost eat a Quarter Pounder. Kino Casino, man. Kino Casino. Are they back yet? I know they were on holiday break. I like Andy. Jeremy from the Corning has always been nice to me. I like Jeremy, but I also like Andy. I don't know PPP, but Andy Worski and I have exchanged messages. He's a cool dude. Mexi Rage for $10. Here's to the comedy, hopefully coming out in 2026. Also, Happy New Year's, folks. Cheers to all and keep the hopes up. It always gets worse before it gets better. And Gary, did you watch Trey's on video? Not yet, but it's on my list. Maybe I'll watch it tonight as I fade asleep. It is 1:30 a.m. This has turned into a monster review. By the way, if you're watching this, just hang on to the link. It'll be unlisted afterwards and it'll be re-uploaded on Nerdrotic Live. It's what we do to most of the live streams. I got to watch the Ricky Gervais special. Has anybody seen that? It was number one over Stranger Things for a minute. I got to watch that. Can we all just, regardless to all otherworldly mess, join in and pray that they won't make spinoffs? Sarah, I'm with you. I am with you. I will save a prayer for me now or save it till the morning after. Happy New Year's, boys. Yo, let's fucking go, says Mexi Rage. Happy New Year. He says Happy New Year in the mountain time. I don't know if that's where you are, but heard you started dabbling in lore. When do the Nerdrotic Warhammer 40K vids start? Oh, boy. Other Ryan. I have no business being in that. I would have to seriously study and learn for a decade before I would be arrogant enough, ballsy enough to think about making a video. Unless it's I'm a noob. It's like one of those first times oh, here I'm like those young hot girls who are pretending to watch Star Wars for the first time. I'd be haggard old man getting into 40K for the first time. I don't think there's a market for that. Gary, missed Vegas in 2025. Is 2026 happening? Yes, it is. Congrats to the guy who beat cancer. Fuck the Big C. Happy New Year. Rob the Builder, we will be in Vegas this year. It'll just be a little later. Or, yeah, this year. I can say this year. Decky, 1969 for $99.99. Dude, I am an OG gamer. I played Battlefield 1942 online 20 years ago when we had we have been seeing a Soup's origin story. We haven't seen a Soup's origin story since 78. Can we please get a grizzled Soups like the Batfleck? Soups needs to be super, not a biatch with the weak and boring Lex. Momoa will be a good Lobo. Momoa will be a good Lobo. I have little doubt. He's only going to be in a couple of battle scenes. Chris, so Chris knows the guy who goes to the test screenings, and he came back, and it's the one that's making around the news. He came back and said that Millie's pretty good as Supergirl. Lobo's good in his 2 action scenes. The villain is meh, and the movie's just kind of, it's not terrible, but it's not great. And that's not going to make it the amount of money it's going to need. And that's going to be another swing and a miss for DCU. That'd be terrible. I hope that's wrong, but we'll see. Happy New Year, May 2026. Treat y'all better than 25. Right back at you. Vimes Against Humanity. Retromeister for $5. Erie, Indiana had a better series finale compared to Stranger Things, which only lasted for 1 season. Without Erie, Stranger Things wouldn't exist. I remember that show. Of the past decade Hollywood disasters, what was your favorite? Favorite watching Burn proving you right, and favorite watching it because it was funny bad? Mansfield Time for $5. That is a good question. I would say it's between 3. Acolyte, the Marvels. It's between those two because those were like from day one, from the day they were announced. I think everybody with a room temperature IQ knew that they would fail and they would be abysmal. Yet Disney soldiered on. The most predictable failures in Hollywood history. I mean, it's up there with Snow White, but Snow White was more memeable. But both the Acolyte and the Marvel were the death knell of both franchises that really was the cause of so much change for Marvel. We haven't got that change yet for Lucasfilm because as my friend at Marvel described them, I can't say how he described them. It was bad. It was bad. Let's just say Lucasfilm is run like shit. I mean, I'm not breaking any news, but Disney's fully aware of it. People at Marvel Studios are fully aware of it. That is a 100% shit show. The culture there is rotten. You would have to replace absolutely everybody, not just Kathleen Kennedy. I can't say The Rings of Power was my favorite because I hate seeing people fuck with Tolkien. I hate it. It genuinely makes me mad. But as far as like vindication goes, like the Marvels and the Acolyte were. And, you know, I was making videos like a couple years before the Marvels came out going, fucking this thing is doomed. People are like, how do you know? It's like, you know, I don't. It's just a good guess. It was a good guess. Not right about everything, believe me. If you think 11 is alive after the finale, you're an idiot. Mike is coping. I mean, I may be an idiot, but they did show a specific scene where if they left out the focus on the fingers fading away, the fingering, I would say she's dead. But that ending was made to debate. And Daredevil blame, well, I would never deny that I was an idiot. I don't give a shit enough to debate whether she's alive or dead. The Wachowskis were already into BDSM scene at the time of The Matrix. They did stuff with female domination who ended up married to them, to Buck Angel. Oh, Buck Angel. Ketamine abuse and calling them woman stuff. Hang on. And then we get to part 2. They were already into trans at the time of the character switch. Was supposed to be one gender into the Matrix and the other side out. There was a Rolling Stone article. It's wiped. Find in the archive. Yeah, I mean, you don't just, something had to build up to that. Matt, something had to build up to that kind of psychotic break. So it was already there and it just exacerbated it. Happy New Year, Gary, and everyone watching. Like most, 2025 was personally abysmal, but here's hoping that 2026 will be better for all of us. John Wayne, thank you. Thank you for being a member for 55 months. Yeah, lost a couple of very close members of family this year, or last year, so fuck 2025. Happy New Year. I'm still watching this train wreck once my 2025 survival victory cigar is done. Seems more like a dumb comedy than a trendy guilty pleasure it started as. Wasted potential. That's what Stranger Things is wasted potential. Gary, have you seen Marty Supreme? It's so great. I haven't, but I've heard many people raving about it. I need to see Song Sung Blue and Marty Supreme, and I will soon. Here's a few shekels for just being you, Gary. Well, thank you. You're an inspiration to many. May God bless you, your family, and the chat. Hope I'm lucky enough to stream in this sphere someday. Oh, Giles, just start it up. Get going. Thank you for the $20. That's all it takes. Just Turn on the camera, have a good internet connection, have a better mic. Don't worry about the camera right away. Cobra Kai is much greater than Stranger Things. Jake, facts. They stuck their landing. Fallout was one of the worst shows at the year. It retconned the games and insulted people who liked the games from the 90s. Says Ranger Boo. That's what my son said. The Fallout show is yet another anti-capitalist billionaires bad show made by liberal women who work for a $1 billion monopoly. I know, like, you can't make this shit up. Ranger Boo. On the Las Vegas strip in the rain, about to watch the fireworks. Happy New Year, Gary. Oh, Happy New Year, Mike Steele. And it's about to roll in for you. You got 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Ranger Boo, the writer for the Fallout show, is also the writer for Captain Marvel. Yes, this is true. So anybody saying the show is good is objectively wrong. Are you going to watch the Astartes Warhammer 4K series that are coming out this year? The trailer looks great. I've already watched some of their stuff before I even cared about Warhammer, and it was amazing. It was amazing. I'm not a Trump fan in any way. I'm just done with the real world politics being shoved down the viewer's mouth. I just want some fun and entertainment. Hail, brother. Hail, Jack. Thank you for the 100 yen. Have you been watching Foundation? I'm really liking it. Decky, I couldn't do it, man. I tried and I just couldn't. I think Nerd Cookies is watching it. Stranger Things parallels each edition of D&D and AD&D. First edition is S tier, and the current edition, fifth edition, is lame and gay. Hope you in the chat have a great new year. Hail. Hail to you, Cairo. Lionheart for $10 says, Happy New Year, Gary. Also, who is your favorite Sith in the Old Republic era of Star Wars? Our personal choice has always been Revan, for the obvious reasons. I don't know if I have a favorite Sith. I am an OG OT fan. Yeah. No favorites. I like the Dark Horse comics, but I am not going to say I was a big expanded universe and gamer guy at all. Although I did end up reading a lot of the books. Gary, what's wrong with Leonardo DiCaprio picking horrible movies lately? Yeah, he used to be better at that. And he's getting old. Drugs are a hell of a drug. Oh, he's getting old. Drugs are a hell of a drug. Who's liberal is showing? Hollywood's? Ain't no liberal here. Darth Nihilus. Nihilus is overrated. Darth KK. Miss English T says Foundation is not good. Darth Jar Jar. Gary, are you reviewing One Piece Season 2? 100%, Jesse. 100%. Reviewing all of it. Comes out in March. Actually, the beginning of this year is going to be busier than most of last year. Most of last year. I just finished Stranger Things. Holy shit, that was bad. The only thing gayer than Stranger Things season 5 is Gary after prison. Happy New Year, buddy. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you. One Piece live action is greater than One Piece anime. Ooh, Gristle McThorn. Oh, man. You're going to get some people mad at you for that. You're going to get some people mad at you for that. Just going up the chat here. Happy New Year, Gary. Gary's already been working all year. LOL. Yeah, my wife agrees with you. Well, and now it's 9 minutes, Eric. It's 9 minutes. We're going to stay until we hit the Pacific Coast New Year's. Yo, just joined. Have you touched on how cruel the story was to Kaylee yet? I have not. I have not. I don't know if I care. Does that sound bad? Watch party for Starfleet Academy. I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't think that's a bad idea. It's especially for the premiere. I think we could do the premiere. Gary is reading the past. I am. It's so cool. Gary, I heard you are a super fan of Richard Clayderman. If I have to look it up, I'm not a super fan. Or what did is okay. Hang on a second. Did he do hang on a second. I think I can't say I knew his name, but let me see if that's who I'm thinking of. The Hitchhiker music guy. No. I was thinking of the guy who was doing who did the incidental. He's a piano creep. Yeah, I never heard of him. I was thinking of the guy who did some of the they borrowed some of the music for the Hitchhiker radio show. Is he like does he have some allegations? I have no fucking idea who he is. Not a super fan. Okay, I got to ask, did you lose the comic book I gave you? I asked you to show it to the chat and you seem to have forgotten. Is it still in Arizona? No, it's here, Net Stealer, but it's not here. It's not near my desk right now. When would you like me to show it to the chat? You gave me an X-Men book and a magazine, but it is with my collection, which is not in this office. But thank you, Net Stealer. Gary, what are your thoughts on the Outsiders movie? I loved it. I love that and Rumblefish. Coppola killed it on those. Remember watching them when I was in junior high school? Gary, will we ever get a Rock versus the Predator movie? I probably not, because I mean the Rock's not really like kind of skinny now. He's Ozempic. I think that time has passed. Wasn't there a thing like he didn't want to be in any rated R movies? Kind of fucked his career doing that, but I don't like pain. It hurts. Neither do I. Neither do I. We're waiting for the new year to come in. The Rock has lost his cred a long time ago. Stay gold, pony boy. Okay, you got to stop right now. Right now. Enough of this. With your damn dad jokes. Movies you rewatch every year. I rewatch Spider-Man 2. Well, I mean, aside from the Lord of the Rings, I watch Harry Potter movies every year. I usually watch Spider-Man 2, but not this year, Jack. Bright. And aside from Christmas movies, what do I just throw on every year out of pure enjoyment? Time Bandits, Pirates of the Caribbean, Raiders, not the Shawshank Redemption. I don't watch that every year. Definitely Raiders, but we're yeah, you said Die Hard, but it's a Christmas movie. So I put that as a Christmas movie. So yeah, and there is a Star Trek movie I watch pretty much every year. It's not always 2 though. I think I watch Undiscovered Country more than I watch 2 now. Yeah, Time Bandits rules. The Rock. Oh yeah. I've totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. He was supposed to be passing the torch. That didn't happen. Yeah, if The Rock was in like rated R action movies, he might have a little more cred in his career, but I don't know what his thinking was. But yeah, The Rock's not a movie star. But you know who else isn't a movie star? George Clooney. Nope, I'm never going to highlight you. I'm never going to highlight you. This object. Never, ever. Happy New Year from Salt Lake City, my man. Happy New Year, Utah. Love Utah. Shad would love Utah. Thank you for becoming a member. We have family in Utah. So, watched Basic Instinct for the first time. Did you get surprised? I needed to take a cold shower after that. Leg crossing scene is a classic. All dudes press pause. All dudes press pause. And that would have worked. And then Sharon Stone started opening her mouth more, and I just didn't care. I know it's Laughing Man. I know. I recognized your avatar. Clooney has always been gay. Yes. Didn't he? He just got, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, citizenship in France or Spain. I think it was France. Because he didn't want to raise his kids anywhere else other than LA or France or some stupid shit. And then he's like popping off about Barry Weiss taking over CBS. And I don't think Barry Weiss is some sort of savior, but I think she's better than what was there. But like, shut up, George Clooney. You're not a movie star. And the last thing we want to hear from you is policy. Ballad for Adeline. Kleiderman, he does look like a creep, but that one was extremely popular and extremely sweet before Hitchhiker, 77980. Yeah. There was some, the background on that, Benz, I have always been looking for the incidental Hitchhiker music from the radio show, and more specifically the LP. I listened to it all through my childhood and I love it. And then I found out, like, not too long ago, that a bunch of it isn't just the BBC Workshop. They actually took it from albums, and a lot of the music came from Douglas Adams' record collection, including the Eagles song, which is the theme. But I recently, you know where I heard it? I heard it in that clip for Gentlemen Broncos that we were watching on FNT. And I'm like, I recognize that music. That's from fucking Hitchhiker. So I Shazammed it, and I'm like, holy shit, I've been looking for this forever. So now I'm happy, but I wish they would have just released the incidental music from Hitchhiker. I'm like the only guy on planet Earth who wants it, but I want it. Tim Walsh isn't a Riri. He's a valedictorian of the Leering Center. Ah. God, that's crazy. That Nick Shirley stuff is crazy. And like coming out against it looks so much worse. And I think their cope is you're targeting Somalians. Well, yeah, they're the ones committing fraud. Like, target everybody committing fraud. Target whites, Asians, Mexicans, Somali, everybody committing fraud when it comes to stealing money, especially when you're supposed to be watching children. And who in the hell would let any of them watch your children? Yeah, put them all in jail. Put all the politicians who signed off on it in jail, and all the judges who let them off, put them in fucking jail too. I had to do time for my crime. Happy New Year from Cali. Thank you for staying up with us. My dog is listening to the fireworks. Oh, what's up, doggo? What's up, Poochie? Is it under the table or is it cool? Is it which type of dog is it? My older dog, Parker, was a big pussy. Anytime the fireworks went off, Parker was under the table. Thank you for becoming a member. So happy New Year, West Coast. Everybody that counts is in 2026. Sorry, Hawaii. Sorry, Hawaii. All right, we're going to wrap it up there. I will see you tomorrow on Open Bar. I'll be on Open Bar for a couple hours, and I'll be working on a Stranger Things Season 5 review, which is going to take a little while. I hope you all have a wonderful New Year's Day. Chill out if you can. Relax. The illegal fireworks evolve every year. Not that illegal here, thank God. Gary, you watch the... That's an odd question as we go. Gary, did you watch the Emmanuel movies from the 70s? I definitely saw the first one. I think everybody in my generation saw the first one. And you know what? That thing's got a great soundtrack for a French porn. The John Beck. Happy New Year, all. Happy New Year to you. Emmanuel. Great soundtrack to Emmanuel. Full-on 70s porn. I actually wanted to use one of the songs for my Nooner theme, but you know who claimed it? ACC? Fucking Warner Brothers Music. Maybe Netflix will own it. Watch Vineland Saga, bro. It's so good. I Turn Christ. Wow. It's so good. Makes you a Christian. Happy New Year, motherfuckers. I love y'all. Like Will loves Rod. Billy D. Shilliams. Yes. Ignore me. Great Venture Brothers reference right there. Oh, Beardo raid. Oh, Jesus. All right. I'm actually out of here. I can't raid, but is anybody else live? It's got to be somebody. Oh, look. Secure Team 10 finally released a video. Yeah. Okay. Derek Anderson, the DA, is live. Derek's great. I'm going to throw a link in here. I almost threw the link in his chat. That would have, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Fear the Bruno. I don't even want to be on FNT. Happy New Year, Beardo. Hey, Beardo, should I resubscribe to Locals? Oh, here's Derek Anderson, the DA. Good dude, good channel. He's live. He's on the West Coast. Go check it out. Someday, Beardo. Keep trying, little buddy. Keep trying, little dude. To wrap it up, Stranger Things season finale, not very good. Not very good. But we did get to see Rambo Nancy fight a kaiju. Will get his happy ending at a gay bar. And the military not arrest Hop for killing 37 servicemen. Want you all to have a good night. Happy New Year. And we'll see you all on, well, Friday Night Tights with Drinker, but I'll be on his stream tomorrow. So lots of streaming for the next couple of days. And please check out my top 5, which is actually 6, Hollywood disasters of 2025, if you haven't already. Thank you to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat donation. You help keep the lights on. Appreciate. Oh, wow. Wait, hang on. Oh my God, I almost left. The Laughing Man, who is called This Object, has gifted 50 Nerdrotic memberships for $250. Holy shit, Laughing Man. Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year from California, says the Weasel. Right back at you, brother. We appreciate you. Happy New Year from the West Coast of Canada, land of the X-Files and Hollywood North. Oh, White Rabbit. And it went downhill after it went to America. Let's be real. Like X-Files was at its best when it was in your communist totalitarian state. All right, now I'm going to go. Take care, everybody.